Oh, I've not set the thing up. Hi, everybody. Bonk. We've got absent. I need to duplicate this. Copy. Paste, duplicate, and move it over there.
Duplication.
Duplication. There we go. That works. Hi, everyone. How are you? It's Saturday. And you know what that means? It's D&D day. Let me turn the music down a little bit. So, I think you should make Bard recap. No, I decided that this time that I shall go for the recaps. Next time, however, we might be back to getting the players to roll. You've had an easy run this time. That, and I wanted to give Bard a break from rolling lowest every week. So
it's fine. I enjoyed it.
Well, in that case, what happened last week, Bard?
Well, last week we didn't turn up, so easy win.
Yes, you passed the test.
Last week, the side of my house was flooded with shit.
Yeah, Stiff in the chat, nothing. Well done, you passed the test. So, last session, we ventured from the forestry wolf-based antics, sold up, made some monies, resupplied, and then went to Coleraine Ranch to report the findings. After a discussion with the Coleraines, certain things were revealed, or maybe not, or certain things were discussed, and it was decided that perhaps looking more into this ship, or vessel, that ventured its way north recently, conveniently, shortly timed before the forest assault on the Aarakocra village. With information in hand, you all ventured south, stopping off very briefly in the Fairbank realm so Zeron could acquire some special to save him from going insane, and spoke briefly to Jane and to Sage to find that your friend Neve was off on a guardhouse-based mini-mission.
Meow.
You then continued south, El Gato Santis. You ventured further south, passing by Big Axe Forest to see that apparently the bandits that you were last accosted by seem to have upgraded a little and now appear to be a little more like a small militia. Will that get dealt with? Who knows? You then continued south and made your way to the King City. Comparative to all the other villages, the Kings have built themselves a small city with walled or wooden bordering around the whole area, large gates hiding the view from within of the large harbour city. Some less than favourable interactions with the guards on the gates, the elves choosing to only speak in their favoured tongue, and not perhaps being too impressed with the quite clearly prisoner that you had all brought in the form of Big Red. Speaking of Big Red, after small happenings in the King Village, you all left to decide to leave the King Realm because fuck it. There's clearly nothing for you here, despite these being the people that wronged you. So, or apparently so. As you were heading away westernly towards the Sinclair realm, you were approached during the night by a squad o' horses, ridden by what appeared to be bush Wookiees. Ghillie suit wearing ghillie suit wearing individuals. After circling you, slowing you down and bringing you to a stop, they requested that you bring out Big Red. And it was revealed upon dehorsing that they weren't single individuals on each horse. They were, in fact, 2 kobolds.
2 kobolds in a trench coat.
In a ghillie suit. After discussions were had with the red one, bring out the red one, for we much desire to speak with him. It was decided that you shall in fact change your direction and head south through the forest towards the swamp. And I believe that's where we left off. I don't think you set up camp or anything, did you? You just kind of started
We
making
just
your way.
started going with them.
Okay.
We
So,
were just doing the clippity clops.
clippity clops. As you venture south, it's going to be like, we'll just call it a day's travel, just to get the fuckery out of the way. You've got this overnight, then it'll be a day, then you'll probably arrive later, unless you want to slow down the travelling. How do you want to do things? Let me change the map. I shall leave the progression of the travel up to you. As you travel, Stream can see through the forest, coming out of the forest and heading southeasternly towards the swamp. Is there anything you guys want to do, say, blah, blah, blah? You could even get a fucking training session if you want. Why not? Map text. That's going to be Southern Swamp. Yes, no, maybe so.
Yeah, do some training.
Training.
Yart.
Okay.
I cannot. Too fucking thick.
Let me. Too fucking thick. Haldir.
Hello.
D4 me, baby.
Right, dog. How many times have we learnt words?
Come on, Boone.
Right, can we make an attempt? Yeah,
Can you help me?
you're gonna fail me. All right.
Okay, Dad. What are you talking about?
I have no idea. Right, let's have a look. You know what? We're not gonna cheese. We're gonna splash.
Cheese.
What are you doing in my swamp?
3.
A 3, no bits. Hit me with a 2 gold, please.
Huh?
Boone, a D4.
Woof.
Woof woof, bork bork.
A4.
A 4, no bits. Zeron, a D6, if you will. Passing on a 1 or a 2.
Ducky dice.
Ducky
Ducky dice
dice.
don't let me down.
Wait.
That's a 3.
A 3, no
1
bits.
plus 2.
2 gold.
1 plus 2.
Not quite.
Okay.
Oron, a D8. Passing on a 1 or a 2.
That is a 6.
No bits, 2 gold. Neve's chilling at the bottom
great
still.
start. I feel like one of us is gonna die today.
Just get the training
Die.
fails out the way. I mean, it's progressional.
It's not. Please.
So, you will notice as you are travelling, Zeron mostly, passively, the way is clear. You will notice that you are not accosted by anything, whilst there are some semblances of wildlife. One thing that you do notice is that during the course of the night, the little beings insist that you travel throughout the course of the night. If you should need to rest, they offer to take over the driving, so you do get the benefits of your long rests and stuff. Anyone that wants to have stayed up because for whatever reason you may, but if you do choose to stay up, you will have a point of exhaustion. So I will put that to you now. Do you all just sleep through the night?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. The next thing that you notice is that
Yes.
upon waking, the little fellers approach with cooked squirrels and some cooked birds, but they appear to have whilst you immediately question, like, when the fuck did they have time to go out and, like, get these things? Upon being presented with them, you realise that they've probably been with them the whole time, and they are probably a few days old. But so it's up to you as to whether you'd like to take them and eat them, or whether you should politely decline, or not so politely decline. It's up to you. But you can see that they have made the effort to supply you with some foodage that's not just trail mix and stuff. But yeah, it's like days old, potentially days old. Probably things that they set out with, you know. It's not raw, it is cooked, Lucy, but it's days old. You will also notice that at least one, if not two of them, are always within 10 to 15 feet of Horak at all times. It's not hugely obvious because you're mostly travelling as a group with the cart and stuff, but like whilst one or two of them might be a little bit wider, scouty, looking about, you will notice that there's always at least one, and if one moves, another one comes in, always at least one, if not two, within 10-15 feet of Horak. I will say, give me a group survival check. Everyone roll me a survival check.
Oh, piss.
Cocked. 12.
8.
13.
30-20.
Nice. With Bard's 8, you are accosted along the journey only once. The benefit, however, of having these little friends with you, though, is that as soon as threat presents itself in the form of 2 dire badgers that rapidly approach the horses, the kobolds are on them like flies on shit, and they mince the fuck out of these badgers. They do not let any threat get within about 30 feet of the party.
Well, where the fuck have they been the entire campaign?
These guys are staying with me now.
Maybe they've been there all the time. That's why we haven't encountered trolls
for fucking Horak.
Horak's got his own squad.
So yeah, like throughout the travel, whilst you start off as these are just kobolds in bushes, we gon' die. The further you progress, it kind of eases to maybe it's not as bad as it seems. Or, I mean, passively, Zeron, I mean, even through basic intelligence, you get the vibe that Horak, Big Red, the red one, is the one they give a fuck about. You imagine if you all left, they wouldn't give a fuck as long as Horak was there. So, throughout...
Can I ask why they want us to travel at night, not during the day?
To get there quicker.
Of course.
I'll just lead into it. I thought you go, what a silly question.
The sooner the lady in the swamp sees the red one, the better.
Do I know anything about a lady in the swamp? Like any legends or rumours I've heard?
Roll me a history check.
Oh, well, you know I'm really good at those. History, how about a 6? What do I get with a 6?
With a 6, you know there is a swamp at the southern end of the continent. But that's it. You know not of any lady within.
Oh, dear.
Ah. Apple juice, it's not piss. So, anyone else want to do anything? Because we are about to reach the cusp of the swamp.
I'm going to snack on the free squirrel.
Cool. Give me a Constitution saving throw with advantage.
Glad you said advantage. Nat 20.
Nat 20, you are fine, but even with the Brucey bonus, you know it was old squirrel. I know Horak's very much on the flavour of meat is meat, but old meat will still make you fucking ill. So whilst it settles in your stomach and you get a bit of a it does fill a hole. It was nice. Just tasty, if not on the edge of, turning.
Touch on the
fills a
musty
hole.
side.
So, you venture forth. As the sun starts to set on the day's travel, you see that the firm, mostly jockey positioning, like it kind of crosses your mind throughout the travel, like how do these guys just maintain that form for so long? Like, is the guy on the bottom, is his shoulders hurting? Is the guy on the top getting a bad back from slouching? They just look like a figure in a ghillie suit on a horse, but like, it's two dudes, and it's like, how can they go for that long?
They are fucking built.
They are used to it, I suppose. But you can see the visage of them, even through a canter or a travelling pace, you can see them start to get a little bit more fidgety, a little bit more energetic, seemingly excitedly so, as they approach the swamp. Not long now. The lady in the swamp will be ready for you, Red One.
Grunts.
You can see that the comparative to the rest of the forests and the like on the continent, whilst, of course, most of the westernly forests are covered in snow, the Midlands to Northlands forests, further north you go, the taller the trees, the more vibrant. You can tell that this swamp is dingier, darker. The trees, whilst still green, are duller in colour. It's quite a darkened place, especially as the sun's going down. You get into the forest, and it's only half an hour's trek into the forest that the land underfoot starts to lose its rigidity slightly, and not necessarily paved roadage, but like dirt path roadage kind of gives way to more mud roadage and softer grass as the land underfoot becomes slightly more swampy. You can see patches of pond. For anyone that's played Red Dead Redemption and been to the... Mate, I had the word on the end of my tongue and it's gone.
Bayou.
The bayou.
Bayou.
It's very... The trees start to get a little bit more sparse. It's more copses of trees without a built forest. There is enough space to get the cart through. However, with the cart, progress is slowed because you don't want the wheels getting caught. The horses don't have any struggle getting through, but you go from travelling pace to marching pace. There are patches of small, swampy ponds. You see more towards the more central you go as you travel in a southeasterly direction. There gives way to a larger lake that you can see a bit in the distance. The bubbling and burgling pops that you hear from the ponds, you look over and you can see large, dark green with yellow spot frogs. There are slithering snakes, mostly in the trees, but occasionally in the long grass surrounding the edges of these ponds. The bloom, bloom of the pondage, you know that they're less watery and more... I mean, whilst they are water, it's swamp water, and it seems like there's a bit of a thickness to them, It's muddy swamp ponds and the like.
Nice.
You do notice that along sections of these bodies of water, there are multicoloured, oily kind of patches. And you see that as the kobolds on horses go past them, each time they kind of seem to stop and look and inspect, and they all look at Horak and they kind of talk amongst themselves in kobold, and they look and they point and they nod, and their big toothy maws as they pull down their hoods. You can see that they are excited to be here. You can see with these bubbles and gurgles and pops that small clouds of gas escapes, similar in the little bits of colour that you can see, the little bits of light that are coming through, you can see as the light catches these clouds of gas, that they too give off this oily coloured visage.
Burn it.
You say that?
No.
Yeah. You, as you progress through, the kobolds intermittently turn to you and say, "What will you say to the lady when you see her? It's been a long time, Red One. You've been neglecting your responsibilities. The gas waits."
I'll just shrug. I don't really know.
And you hear them kind of mutter to each other, like when you like shrug and appear ill-informed. They kind of look a little bit confused and he doesn't know. He will soon. You continue through. The night comes along. It is now firmly nighttime. The sun has gone down. And as the sun goes down and it's complete, you see coming out of the long grass small clouds of fireflies with glowing hues of yellow and green kind of alight and hover over these ponds and pools, kind of alerting you of where they are. Oh, Jesus Christ.
You would not believe your eyes.
As a million fireflies.
And we make ourselves believe.
You can believe as much as you want to
Terrafae
believe.
Turn slowly.
You notice that some of the kobolds reach out towards some of these clouds of fireflies, and whilst you'd think they scatter, a couple of them come and land on the hands of the kobolds and turn their hands as they raise them up into small torches. And they use their own hands lit by fireflies as a kind of guiding light for the group.
Are we in some sort of weird kobold cult now?
Is this like Narnia?
These are my dobbies.
You, as you get more towards the centre of the swamp, you seem to have gone around that larger lake, and you are now kind of closer to just off the middle. Let me alight the map once more to get the position. We are on the corner of the map, so I can't do a huge amount for it. The map text, we will move it. So you are around here. Get it, my swamp. So as you round the lake, you see, lit up by hanging lantern light and torches, small wooden shacks. 3, 4, 5 of these shacks come into view along the trees, built around trees. A small village community area of shacks. Give me perception checks as you approach.
Is there a barn full of grain?
Don't know. You've not got that yet.
I got 13.
13.
With a
20.
13, you see
Deception?
the barn of grain.
11.
23.
23. Yep, so whilst everyone else is following... what did you get, V?
22.
22, yeah. So Horak and Oron following along. You can't really make out much detail. Ultimately, it's night time. But keeping their wits about them perhaps a little more, Zeron and Haldir look out towards the village. And you can see that there are a few figures walking about, silhouetted currently, but they look humanoid and of average height. They could, I suppose, be more kobolds in trench coats, but no, they look like average height figures, not kobolds.
I forgot to do my disadvantage on that one. I'm sorry. I forgot I lost an eye.
That is
However,
true. I mean, the point still stands. We'll just say how they... Oh, go on. What did you get?
I would like to squint with my one eye
Yeah?
and really try and look at these guys, because who the fuck is living in a swamp?
Okay, go for it. Give me another perception check with disadvantage.
Disadvantage on top of disadvantage, or just disadvantage?
No, we'll just... You can have the other one. The details are the same. Fuck it. Just roll me a fresh one as you're trying to get a good beady eye.
13.
13, you can see that one of the figures seems slightly rotund, has long black hair, could look like dreadlocks, I suppose.
This is the dude from the circus. Gaffney's
It's Fat Jack.
mate.
It's not Jack, who is still in the party and hasn't
Fat Jack.
gained a bunch of weight. Not Jack. It's not, well, no, you try and have a look as well. It's not one of the dudes from the circus.
Not Gaffney's mate.
It's not Gaffney's mate. You imagine they are probably still with the circus. This is just
Might be in the swamp.
well, yeah, fair, very fair, but it's not.
Look
No.
around for the circus.
Okay,
20.
you cannot see the circus. No signs or sounds to allude to the circus.
It's not Gaffney's mate.
At that point, I guess I'll just whisper, "Oh, it's hippies."
Not long now, Red One. We have arrived at the village. The lady in the swamp should like to see you soon, but you could settle back in. You make your way to the village. You park up your cart. As you do, the rotund fellow approaches. You can see now that he is a gentleman, dark of skin, long, dark dreadlocks with hues of orangey yellow at the tips of them, twisted and tied into a bunch over his shoulder. He approaches. Welcome back. Little ones, you have brought him. Good job. They all hop down and they gather around him. He pats them all on the head. Off with yourselves. Orak. It has been some time. It's good to see you back. Come. You and your friends. You must be hungry.
My eyes widen at the thought of food.
As he leads you further into the village, do you follow him?
Yes.
He leads you in, and there is a campfire quickly established and built up, more like a small bonfire. And out of one of the shacks, 2 large wooden stakes, a frame of sorts is brought out, shortly followed by what looks like a small crocodile, skinned, deceased, stake through from tip to tip, and it is hung over the bonfire. We eat well tonight, as the crocodile is slowly but surely barbecued. Tell me, where have you been?
Prison.
Fair enough. He holds his hand out to shake your hand.
I will hesitantly reach my hand out as well.
Seeing the hesitance, he grips your forearm. Why are you hesitating?
I'm
You
just
not
gonna
remember?
Gandalf it.
You're gonna what?
I'm gonna Gandalf it and go, I have no memory of this place.
You see his eyes kind of widen, and he looks confused. Things be worse than I thought. You can rest.
Things.
We can see the lady in the morning. Well, let's eat. And he takes you over to the campfire. Small stools and rigid, rickety, bundled together chairs are brought out. And you can all sit around. You notice now that as you kind of look around, there are other members of the village. There's a few more kobolds, not wearing ghillie suits. They're just wearing simple shirts and loin elements to cover their modesties out in the swamp. But you get the vibe that it's a small community. And of course, kobolds aren't native to Wunt. They are from Kerachek, mostly. You've probably also never heard anyone with that accent before. Lena, it's definitely a nudie camp. Yeah, the loins are the clean bits. They rarely come out. But over the course of some time, you can have a look about, you can have a walk about, you can do whatever you should so wish. But anything that you do, you are watched. If you just want to chill around the campfire, the crocodile is cooked.
Just gonna sit there and scran in deep thought.
Yeah. So tell me, who are your friends?
With a mouthful of crocodile, I'm just gonna gesture my hand and flick it like that at everyone else to introduce themselves.
Oh, this is going to be a perfect time, isn't it?
Apologies, 2 seconds for you. I need to turn this fucking thing down. It's so loud. Thank you, Dwarf. Afternoon, peeps. Hope you're not being a bunch of murder hobos. Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. Soon, though.
Give us time. We're working up to it.
Yeah, what were you going to say, V?
Perfect time to create new identities for ourselves.
Alfred.
Alfred,
Seamus.
nice to meet you.
I'm gonna forget all of these.
Turns to Oron.
Oren Torres, looking at the other side. What are you not doing?
Oron, nice to meet you. Haldir turns to you.
You know, I'm going to roll for this one.
Deliberating.
I'm gonna try and give a fake name. It's gonna be like that bit from Family Guy where it still ends up calling himself Peter Griffin.
Look at
Geek.
Gil.
Oh,
Dear.
Hail, dear. Nice to meet you. My name is Bobbin.
Beg pardon?
Mormon.
Mormon.
Bobbin.
Like
Bobbin.
the biscuit.
Bobbin.
Spell it out, mate, please.
Bobin.
Bobbin. Right, okay.
RN.
It's like Robin with a B.
That's what Lena calls hairbands. Okay.
Interesting.
My name's Hairband.
my name's Bobbin, but in your language, people call me Airband. Confuses the shit out of me.
Does he have hair?
Yeah, he's got long dreadlocks
Fucking
tied in a
dreadlocks.
bundle over his shoulder.
Sorry, I forgot we were in swamp.
Does he know someone called Calypso?
I and I not heard that name.
Do you know of any handheld projectile firing things that might be named after an African country by any chance?
What's Africa?
Fuck off.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave.
That's all I'm getting from that accent. That's all I'm
Mozambique,
getting from
yeah.
I take my horn dagger and put it through my throat.
So, Orak, he says as he bites a bit of crocodile leg. What happened to you and Dramus? You left one day, we not see you for a long time. The gas.
I don't know, Dramus.
He kind of laughs at the daft thing you just said, but then looks. Oh, you were serious?
Yes.
Something happened when you left at the swamp. Say you now remember this place, your home.
Shakes head.
Okay, things be worse than I thought. Hopefully the lady can think of things to do. So you're not seeing Dramas?
No. I've heard mentions of him, but of another horned one.
Scratches his head. Okay. Well, you can rest here. You can find your own camp. In the morning, we'll go see the lady. Eat up. It's probably be a long day tomorrow. Finishes chewing and just chucks the rest of it on the fire. You see a couple of the kobolds run up and they're like, bastard. He just gets up and walks off towards one of the shacks.
Big shack. I'm gonna keep fucking scranning.
Yeah, there is a lot of crocodile. They've just brought out like a whole thing. The kobolds like look around, pile up onto a pile of 3 and to get enough height, and they start ripping chunks off and chucking them to each other. And then a couple of other members of the village come out and they nod. And they nod at you respectfully, but don't really say anything. They cut little bits off and take them.
Engage with humanoid member of this place.
Okay. There's a couple of women wearing long, kind of raggedy, plain dresses. There's a couple of fellas also knocking about. And no one seems to be carrying any obvious weapons and armour. Yeah, boy.
This is the town we destroy. Whichever
No
one
one will
of us
ever
does
know.
it,
Apart from the kobolds, who, as you know, are all very fucking handy.
I reckon I could take 3 kobolds. I'm just putting it out there.
I will befriend them by helping them get crocodile meat off.
Well, the kobolds or the people?
Crocodile. No. The kobolds.
Hang on.
The
Taking a
crocodile.
chunk off the crocodile and go into its
Put
face
it in
like,
its mouth.
Come on.
You can do it.
Turns out Horak is a necromancer. You know how a skin that's crocodile pet.
Yeah, as you take off chunks from the crocodile and give it to the kobolds, they all kind of excitedly, nom, 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 nom. Thank you, red one. And then they all kind of skitter off, keeping in little groups, but not ever really going more than 10, 15 feet away from you.
Yeah, I just want to catch the attention of any of them humanoid ones and Hello.
Hello.
How long have you lived here for?
A number of years.
Why?
Well, it's a nice community, and it's a simple life that gets me out of the fray of the busyness of the larger cities and villages. You know, we're looked after, and And this person, you look at them, white-skinned, completely not really fitting in with the aesthetic of the village. There are other members who do look a bit more aesthetically suited, should you wish to talk to them instead, but this guy is talking to you nonetheless.
Have you run away from committing a crime?
When you say that, he kind of looks around. No.
Are you a criminal?
No, I am not. And he turns on his heels and just walks away from you.
I'll just turn back to the group and just be like, oh, yeah, he's wanted.
I'm not.
Is he?
He is.
Where does he go?
He goes into one of the shacks.
Can I look at the shack and remember it?
Yeah? If you just want to make a note of white guy shack, just so we know which one you're on about.
Gonna just look around and then just be like, nice place. Just kind of.
Nice. This is nice. What is it big on?
So as you look around, of course,
It's
you've got
a little-
the bonfire illuminated, still cooking the crocodile on the spit. You've got trees nearby. There is I want to say, damp smell to the air. It's not like overpowering or, you're not constantly like, oh, fucking hell, it stinks here. But comparative to being in a village or even out on the road within this swampy forest, there's something on the air,
Bit musty.
Just a little bit musty, yeah.
Smells old.
The shacks, as I say, they're all wooden, of construction, simple. You imagine they've probably got maybe two, maybe 3 rooms in the shacks. They're not really very big at all. Maybe 20 by 20 feet kind of size, if that. Ramshackled, but well held, protected mostly from the elements by the surrounding forest, but they've all got that. It's not pristine, smooth, sanded wood, it's just like planks banged together to make an abode, ramshackle. But everyone here seems content. Whilst you look about, even passively, you can see that the small groups of anyone that does show their face comes out for some of the meat. They all kind of come out, politely nod at Horak. They mostly ignore the rest of you guys. They get their food and they make their way back to their shacks. Few of them do linger nearby, but they mostly keep to themselves.
Not today, Satan. Let's talk to the ones that are lingering.
Okay. Yeah, you approach 2 ladies.
Ladies?
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, I think. What do you call your fine town?
Well, this is just a village in the swamp, my dear. There's not a lot to call it.
Can I search over their shoulder to see if the husband and or father is about to come out of the hut and then say, don't tread on me?
Have a perception check.
16 to see if I get tread on.
You look over the lady's shoulder and paying more attention now, you do see that they are youngish looking. They
How young?
youngish. I didn't say young.
Young-ish.
Youngish.
Young or young?
Like probably in the 20s somewhere. Probably you can't quite put a finger on it.
Is the drinking age in Terrafae 21 or 18?
There is no legality stipulation. It's more of a moral decision.
Boy.
If you want to
Is
give
the
your kids
moral
some whiskey,
legal
go for it.
drinking- I'm just saying.
You would
don't know
assume
the
that
age.
they are above drinking age, even though there isn't a limit.
Right, mint.
Fucking-
Uh, yes, it's like, so what made you settle in Swamp Village Central?
Well, we've been
Swamp
here all of our
Village.
lives. The lady in the swamp provides. Things have been a little bit tough since the she turns over her shoulder, looks over your shoulder towards Horak. Since the red ones left, things have been a little bit tough. Running things without the gas is difficult. But Horak has returned, so with or without Dramus, then hopefully things can get back to normal.
Ichi, tell me more about Horak.
Well, he's over there.
I know. Tell me about him.
Well, you came in with him. What?
I know. Tell me about him.
Well, he's a very strong, handsome man. He's works with the gas to she kind of looks at you confused as to your line of inquiry, but she continues. Are you not familiar with his responsibilities? Has he not told you?
No.
They kind of look at each other and look at you. Well, maybe we should let him explain.
Or maybe he asked me to come and see if I can integrate myself and, get the information like a test almost,
Give me a persuasion check.
Oh, persuade I will. Oh no, where's my persuasion?
You have
Disadvantage on that as well.
disadvantage.
Because I'm ugly.
Can I be
Persuade
stood
I will
next to
not.
him, giving it all the nods and like and give him advantage? Just give him a flat roll for it.
Well, you want to slink over
Hype
as
him
well
up.
and hype
And
him up.
assist him, yeah. But be his hype man.
Hype man. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Come on, Stephen, hype me.
So you flat roll your persuasion then.
Hype man Zeron.
That's a bit better, yeah. It's a 17.
17?
Rather than what was going to be a fucking, 5.
They kind of look at each other and look at you. Well, you must have seen in the swamp that there's the gas. You see the gas in the ponds and the lakes. They bubbles up, and well, that powers a lot of these.
Well, you were actually saying gas and not gays.
The gas.
Right. I thought you were saying he works with the guys. All right, so he works with the gas.
Yes, that's what we said. So
You did.
I'm a
Go ahead.
plumber.
it's me, Moracchio. So the gas, it's you kind of look down and she's wearing a long kind of, I want to say white glove, but it's definitely not white. It's a bit too mucky to still be called white, but she's wearing a long glove and she kind of holds her hand. So the gas is very toxic for our skin, but the red ones can handle it without any issue, so they were, I suppose, put to work's not the right word, but they collect the gas and it's kept, and the lady of the swamp uses it to, well, we don't really know but what she does with it, but it keeps her happy, and so she looks after us. But since they left, we've been running low on the gas, and so things have got a little bit heated, I suppose you could say. Tempers are fraying. So it's nice to see him back so that he can get back to getting the gas.
I will admit I've now entered this conversation thoroughly more confused than beforehand. So she just wants gas, and you can't get the gas because it's toxic. But if you don't get the gas, she gets grumpy. And what's she saying she'll do if she don't get the gas?
Well, we don't know what will happen if we run out of the gas, but so we can't collect it, and she kind of holds her hand again, but the red ones can. That's why we need them.
Right. Good talk.
I'm surprised
I
he's
think
not told you about it, given that it was his.
he says a lot of things, does Horak, but he's very. He doesn't like talking about work. You know, it's point of pride.
I can't help but notice that he's lost one of his horns. Has he been getting himself into physical altercations?
I scratch my non-existent eye. No, I think it's a fashion thing.
She kind of looks at you with the eye of, I'm not even going to incite that obvious bullshit. Well, it's getting late, so if you want to find yourself somewhere to stay, you can camp, or there's one of the shacks has been empty since the red ones left. Maybe Horak can show you to his own shack.
Yeah, could you just point out where his shack is really quick, just in case he has a little too much to drink? Is it the empty one, did you say?
Yes.
That one, alright. Meant. Thank you, ladies. Quick bow.
They give
My
a...
quest hath been complete. Let me come, Stephen. I think that was your name. Let us talk to our friend Horak and say that.
Alfred,
Sorry, Alfred. Of course.
Hill dear, come along.
Righto.
Well, good night, fellas. They
Good night.
make their way back
My-
into their shack.
Sweet. Oh,
Tip's invisible cowboy hat.
Ma'am.
ladies, ma'am. Excuse me, I just need to go out and get me some raspberries. Raspberries. Right, just sit back with the group and just go. Right, well, me and Alfred have figured some shit out. Recant the story and then go. Oh yeah, and by the way, you live there.
What is this gas, Horak?
I have no fucking clue.
Is it what happens after the burritos?
What's a burrito?
I too would like to know this. It sounds delicious.
Clearly a Fairbank dish.
Something we have.
Carrot shake.
Something I used to have when I was younger.
Yeah, Karachakian, recipe.
Did you say that the gas was used to power something?
The lady.
She said the gas powered something, and
Just gas goes to lady. Lady is happy. Maybe she has a fetish.
It's hard to tell what. I mean, once we talk to the lady tomorrow, I'm sure we'll find out what it is she wants with it.
Aye.
But anyway, let's journey. Let's go to take a rest, shall we? We've had a long day of travel.
I am really excited to see this lady. I will not lie to you.
As you are sat around the campfire talking, as Zeron, you notice passively that there is a medium-sized snake has crawled its way out of the long grass and has snuck up behind Horak. And as it kind of starts to rear up, before you can react, a stone flies across from the campfire, beans the snake in the head, and it falls down. And 2 kobolds run over. Red One! We've got it. Can we have more meat?
I will reward them with more meat.
And then they take up position behind Horak.
Handy little fuckers.
My fucking boys.
Do you think they know more?
Are those slivery little shits really common here?
Would appear so. There's got a few of them rolling around.
Just, you know what, I'm going to get a little bit of meat. Kobold! Little friend!
You see, they turn around. Yes.
Those,
You see their heads just start going.
those,
Those fucking...
those little slippery things, is there a lot of them?
Yes, the swamp ropes are everywhere.
Right. Ew.
Oh, they call them swamp ropes. I love them.
Are you going to, stand outside the hut while Big Red here sleeps to protect him from swamp ropes?
Yes, the Red One is safe.
Mega. I'll throw the meat. I really hate this place.
It's not great, is it?
No, I don't like swamp ropes.
I mean, I don't want to be waiting around all night for one of those to crawl into the shack and... Yeah, great.
You should get your rest, Red One.
Oh yeah, because fuck the rest of us, right? Yes, of course.
I walk to the shack,
Yep. As you...
hoping it's the right one, because I don't remember if they pointed out which one I lived in.
Hey, you know what?
So anyway,
Since I got pictured, I'm just going to sort of stand behind you, just be like, there you go.
And it almost feels a little strange, Horak, that whilst all of this is apparently completely new to you, you cannot remember anything about it, you almost instinctually walk towards the correct shack. And whilst Hildir has to put you on the right angle a little, you certainly work in the correct direction. Give me a intelligence check.
No. 18.
18. As you grip the handle on the shack and you open the door, you kind of hit with a wave of familiarity. That almost comforting feeling that for the first time ever, since you can remember at least, you get a homely sense of belonging. Whether it's true or not, you can't quite put your finger on it. But as you walk into the shack, it's... I can't quite put my finger on it. You walk into the shack and it just feels right, but you have no idea why, because you've never been here before, right?
Does it have a bed that fits? That I fit in?
Has 2 beds that are longer than average-sized beds. You can tell that they are beds that were at one point of average size, but have had an extension put on as you look at the frame, not too dissimilar to that of the ramshackled build of the huts themselves. The extension to the beds has been made, but there is 2 of them. On the wall, There is some now not really very dusty, but you kind of get the vibe that they've been untouched. I mean, there's a moisture in the air that wouldn't necessarily allow dust to settle. There's some larger cobwebs in the corners. You can tell that this shack hasn't really been messed with or touched in quite some time. It's got that untouched sense to it, you know. On the wall there is on the by the wall on a kind of desk-ish, there are 2 scythes. There are also a number of jars, faded glass, used and worn over a period of time, but a number of empty glass jars that are about 2 litres in size. Large open kind of lids that have cork stoppers to plug them.
They got brains in them.
They are all empty.
Oh.
I think they're fart jars.
Fart jars. You get, as you look at them, you get very slight hints of that oily colouring. Unmoving, but present on the slightly less faded and worn parts of the glass.
I just usher everyone else inside. Like, stand at the door and just beckon them in.
Everyone totters in to see as described.
Well, it's very you.
Thanks. Like, I grow more and more visibly confused.
Confucian.
I am Confucian.
Confucius.
I'm gonna just have a grand tour myself. Just wander and look around.
Yeah, give me an investigation check. Are you
Also,
looking
I'm
for
gonna
anything
open-
in particular, or?
I'm looking at everything.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot in here. There's the beds, there's the jars, there's the desk-ish with the 2 scythes on it that after you inspect them, you can see that they are a bit rusty. You get the vibe that these are obviously very rudimentary tools, probably used for cutting away long grass, that kind of thing. Just as more of a path clearer, you know, like a handheld scythe. Not like a Grim Reaper big fucking thing, just the hand with the crescent, you know.
A sickle.
A sickle, that's what I'm looking for. Sickles, not scythes.
Chickle. Cool. Yeah, that's an 11 on the investigation, but
Yeah, you go into the other room. There is a simple cupboard which is empty. The door is kind of off its hinge. Not really. You get there's a couple of crumbs in there that it probably once held some kind of rationing or whatever, but it's empty now. You find a couple of small black rats that skitter across the side room and out to the back door. You hear from one of the ladies in the nearby shack. A domestic clearly seems to be happening.
Fucking shouting to herself, the old creep.
yeah, just sort of like come back into the room and just like, I like what you've done to the place. Beautiful.
Chuckles.
That
is quite obvious sarcastic confusion.
But just try to be as nice as humanly possible. I
One sec.
After the domestic has concluded next door, someone starts playing some steel drums.
What is this place?
They have marimba.
Is that the only song the kobolds know?
Yeah.
It's a banger though.
I am back.
I'm now
marimba
regretting
ceases.
waking up in this village. It's just going to be a load of kobolds going.
As you enter the shack, a couple of the kobolds just stand by the doorway and they kind of peek around one head at a time. Bloop, bloop. Red one, do you need anything?
No.
Okay.
Wait. The red one has forgotten that he may require those type of beds that are off of the floor. What are they called?
Hammock.
Well, how much,
Yes.
yeah.
Thank you, Kobold. Yes, he's forgotten that he requires a couple of those.
He kind of looks up at Horak. But you have your bed, Red one. Are they for your friends?
Yes.
We could get the tent from your cart.
The hammock was fine.
Do you guys not have bedrolls?
I don't want to sleep on the floor. I love you, but I don't want to sleep on the floor.
I've done it for you guys almost every place we've gone.
I appreciate the
Is there
same.
a table or a desk?
I
anywhere?
offer Hildair my bed.
There is 2 beds. 2.
And I
There
offer
is
whoever
2 beds.
wants it the other bed.
Are we gonna rock paper scissors for the beds or?
Is there a table? I'll quite like.
Yeah,
I'll
there's
quite
the
happily sleep on the table.
desk-ish with the sickles on.
I'm sure you could
It's,
sleep at someone's feet in a me-sized bed.
Is the desk long enough for a Zeron
Yeah.
to sleep on? Cool. Zeron will roll his bedroll up on top of the desk.
Yeah.
I am floor in my own fucking home.
I will sort of loudly exclaim to the kobolds here that the red one will be very angry if he gets disturbed tonight. I'm sure anyone who makes sure that no living creature crawling, flying, or climbing enters this house.
At that point,
I'm sure
you
he'll be
see 2 more kobolds pop from the other side. Yes. We will guard the house.
Does that count as disturbing?
Just what?
That.
The kobolds just start killing each other.
Kobold
And
didn't
for-
fight.
And tonight's entertainment.
Nothing
I put
will
5
get
gold
in.
on the top half of the ghillie soup.
I don't know. I'm a bottom kind of guy.
Wait.
When does the bingo start?
2
No,
little
I'm
crocs.
confused.
I'll sleep on the floor. I'm sure the kobolds will make sure the red one does not get disturbed.
The door is
I'm
shut,
down to beat.
despite a couple of pitter-patter footprints heard outside. You imagined yourselves to be safe enough in the shack. Yeah, sleep comes, and for the first time in a long time, even the elves with their 4 hours, they don't need, it's not like anyone needs to stay up on a watch. You can if you should so wish. But everyone gets their head down, can knock off a long rest for all that it matters. Anyone that has any I think at this point, given the travel and the whatever, I don't think anyone's got any lingering injuries that need caring for, but we'll just say all that's dealt with and everyone's got all the hit points back and no exhaustion and etc, etc. You're all tippity top. Morning comes.
I wish my name was Morning.
You can hear, for anyone that does awaken, in the morning light, you notice that there is, of course, no curtainage on the shack, and the small window with the thin panes of glass doesn't protect from any peering rays of light, few that they are coming through the copse, the treetops. And that the thin glass also doesn't protect from any sound. You can hear outside a small hustle and bustle. You imagine most of the pitter-patters are probably guarding kobolds, but you can also hear slightly larger footprints with a small squelch. Anyone that should like, probably Zeron, sleeping underneath the window could just have a little look out, and you can see that Bobbin is kind of pacing about 15 feet away from the shack. Keeps looking over towards the shack. Not interrupting or disturbing, but waiting.
I'll roll out of bed and survey the scene, see if anyone else has woke up yet.
Yeah, Jack and Evelyn are sat eating a morning ration.
What is that, Fee? Is that from Shrek?
Perhaps.
What are you doing?
In my swamp.
I've just realised that I've not actually logged in to mix it up. I clicked on it.
I didn't press it. Oh,
Didn't
we're now
press
gonna
login.
get sounds, aren't we? We're going to get sounds.
We won't get any backup sounds. There's no sounds, but I was waiting for Jay's bitches to kick in. It didn't. Oh, there's a partner in chat.
Oh, with a partner. I'm going to walk up to Horak and just jab him in the butt cheek. With a fist. Just like to make that abundantly clear.
Finger comes out. Oh, there you go. Oh, it still kicks in the first time. Mix it up's been loaded. There you go.
That's Horak, wake up.
Mm-hmm.
Your friend's outside.
Hairband. I don't wake everyone else up, I suppose.
Supposes.
Get out of bed, you fuckers. That's what Hark sounds like now. The gases have altered his voice.
The swampy environment settles the slight itch at the back of Horak's throat.
Right, come on, guys.
You all alight?
Getting right on up.
Yeah. Everyone hath awakened.
Are we
out?
ready for the lady?
No time like the present.
Goes out.
Yeah. As soon as the door opens, you see Bob in mid-stride kind of turns. Ah! Good morning. So, you ready to see the lady?
As ready as I can be.
She gave you last night to rest, but now she wants to see you. Are you bringing your friend?
Just one friend?
You can bring all them if you want.
Then yes.
Come on in. So you venture off straight away from round the back of the shack. You see 6 kobolds. Gilly halves prepared. They start following as well. Again, steering clear so as to not get in the way, but always about 15 feet away from Horak. Bobbin leads you out of the village. You venture off on a small walk. It's only about 5 minutes away, but you get a small distance. 5 minutes of walking, still a little bit away. And as you approach, you can see there is a large-ish mound in the floor. Kind of, I don't want to say like the Shire, but imagine that kind of vibe. With a large tree, one of the larger you've seen, that kind of spirals out of the ground. This mound has kind of built itself up naturally around this tree, and clearly dug into the underneath is what looks mostly like a cave entrance.
So this is Shrek's house.
Not quite. There is a door on the front, kind of cut to shape. Outside, there are small lanterns. There are some tipped, some opened jars, similar to the ones that were in your shack. The ones that are outside here, though, have more of that oily coloration on the inside. So the lady has been waiting. We tried to keep her on a level, but without the gas, it's been hard. Since you and Dramas left, no one's been able to get the gas. So hopefully you can help. I was hoping when you do come back that Dramas would be here as well. But see what you can say to the lady. See what you can do. I'll be outside if you need. And he wanders off and sits on a stump, like 20 feet away. Gestures over to the door.
Welp. Yeah, just walk up to the door and slowly open it.
You knock on the door. Nothing for a few seconds. 10, 15 seconds pass. No answer.
I announce that it's me.
As soon as you announce,
It's me.
You hear shuffling from the inside. Give me a perception check with disadvantage.
I'm not going to roll again. Nat 1.
That one kind of makes sense. As you kind of try to peer through the small porthole on the front of the door, you look in and you can see a silhouetted figure. Large on the inside. Hunched. Very rotund. Kind of looks to have peered. You can just see a mass of what you could imagine. You can't see features, blocked by probably a lot of hair in the darkness. And then it disappears.
It is Calypso.
A couple of the kobolds run over to the door. Red one, you go in. Make sure to ask about friend.
Do they mean these guys? Or
They turn and nod when you gesture to your friends.
okay. I let myself in.
You turn the handle, the door unlocks, As you walk onto the inside, there is a very musky, rusty
Elon.
kind of Elon. It's a very musky, rusty, slightly sulphury smell on the inside. The air feels a little bit thick, and you can't help but kind of cough a little. You can see coming draping down from the ceiling that there are small mounds of natural vinage, root, the occasional dropping of soil through cracks of a, built up interior, but it's not entirely built up. It's a natural kind of space with a built interior to it. You can see on shelves lining the walls there are various potions-looking bottles, different colours, shapes, some bottles containing a couple of fireflies that kind of flicker. Whether there's much air in there for the fireflies, you don't know. They're alive for now. And you see a couple of lanterns that are lit with torchlight. There are a few other lanterns that are lit by firefly. As you kind of approach the fireflies, a light and then dim. But other than that, the light in here is very dim. As you walk round the corner in which you saw the figure disappear, you see it opens into a wider space, and at the back of this space, it's more of a living roomy kind of vibe, but there is a large, rough, partly torn and patched drapage across the back of the room in browns and beiges and greens. Bits of material that have been put together to form a drape curtain covering. You get an instinctual feeling of that similar feeling of home, but also an uncomfortability, like a feeling of, I don't want to say dread, but you can sense a presence. Oron, remind me of your ability.
Would this be to detecting unnatural bullshittery?
Yes.
It's Aunt Ethel.
That would be my primeval awareness.
There's
as an
not
action,
been
I
any
can
inspiration whatsoever.
It does say as an action you can spend one ranger spell slot. So I don't know if you want to sort of like just doubt this down to just being something's not right.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Any aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead are present within any 1 mile of you, you kind of know they're there. But I don't know its exact location or number.
Oh, yeah. So, Oron, you feel weird. Stood outside this shack. Hold up.
To be honest, I think
Wait a minute.
It's a little awkward.
Yeah, I was feeling that anyway. So
yeah. You've got the uncomfortableness of being in an unfamiliar place in a swamp.
Something's not right here.
Yeah, but you've also got that gut feeling of, wait a minute. Horak, as you venture a few steps further in, you kind of get to a point in the entranceway of the room where you just feel the need to stop.
And I do so.
A few seconds pass and you can hear some slightly heavy, laboured breathing.
Very piquant.
It's been some time. Where have you been?
Over here, I give Grandma a big kiss.
I'm just gonna ask who it is. Who are you? In regular Horak voice.
It takes a couple of seconds, and then you hear a reply. The lady of the swamp. You've been neglecting your responsibility.
And that is...
The gas. I need my gas. And from underneath the curtain, a small jar rolls. The cork lid drops out, and you see a small, just a flicker of colour caught in the very limited light within the chamber. You asking a question like you don't remember.
I don't. I feel certain familiarities now that I'm here, but I have no memory of this place or my responsibilities.
Things are not been the same. It's been a long time. Many, many years have passed since that wave came over from the south. And it changed things. It changed me.
Did you say wave then?
Yeah.
That was an out of character thing, sorry.
Yeah. We found you and Dramas in a swamp. Sent to us from another place. I used to talk to him. The one what says he's your father.
My eyes widen slightly.
But it's been long time since.
How long?
Probably 700-800 years.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
Anyway, love, can my friends come in?
Oh, you brought a friend. Of course they can. Can they help with the gas?
I'm not sure.
You
But I've
brought
been
drummers.
traveling with them for a while now. Not drummers.
You hear a thud. Sounds like a stamping of a foot.
Was she mad? I'm just going to shout out to the rest of the gang that they have permission to enter.
Do you all go in?
Yeah,
Fuck
so,
no.
yeah, I'm going in. Hell yeah.
Yeah, so Hilde is going in. Oron, was that a...
Hell no.
Yeah.
I'm staying out here with them.
Yeah, Oron and Boone stay outside.
As
Alfred's going in.
Alfred and Hilde enter, I'm also going to mention that while I don't remember Dramas at all, I heard mentions of another horned one, like I did to Bobbin. I will let the lady know.
You hear a low, kind of gruff, croaky chuckle from behind the curtain. You no need to lie to me, boy. I know you know Dramas. We'll get him. And he can come out with the gas. So have you settled back into your house?
Yes.
So how long you think before you can get me more gas?
I'm just gonna shrug. I don't know what I did for you before, or supposedly did for you before, but I certainly won't be doing it now.
As you say that, you see 4 long, spindly fingers come through the gap in the curtain. And you see just peering round, almost not lit, just silhouetted in the darkness, just 2 dark green lights. What would be her eyes in the darkness. What you mean you won't be doing it again?
I have other things I need to sell.
What could be more important than the gas? Don't forget your responsibility.
I am so confused.
You say you have other thing. What other thing could be more important?
Revenge.
On who?
The kings.
The kings. I piss on the kings. What could you need revenge on them for?
I don't think I want to tell her.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to remain silent.
See the long, spindly fingers retract behind the curtain. So you came back to the swamp. And now you're telling me you want to leave again.
Just going to brush off the question. And what is this gas to you?
Keep me going.
And without it?
I can't keep going. But I did not let that happen. I've been here too long. Too many things to do. I don't have the strength to do since that wave from the south. Got to get my strength up. Find out how to fix it. That's why I need a gas. So I can do my looking. My peering. You say you not what got Dramos with you.
I'll say it again, but I don't know, Dramus.
So you're not joking.
Shakes head.
So it seems we got a little predicament. Because I need my gas. But you want to leave. But you can't leave without my gas. But I've been around too long to not see reason. I got to deal with your father. If I need to, I will collect. But you and Dramus, you is linked. I'm sure you can find him if you try hard enough. So I'll make you a deal. If you bring me Dramus, then I'll let you go get your revenge on the kings.
Out of character, I'm assuming Dramus is like my brother.
You can assume whatever you should like to assume, sir.
I ask the lady, is Dramus my brother?
Of course he is.
Your wife.
Came from the same father. Don't tell me you can't remember. What happened since you leave the swamp? You've been hit on the head. Make you forget these things.
Kind of gesture to my horn and my very fucked up face.
The fingers come back round again and you see peering. This time the peering comes a little closer and you can see the tip of what appears to be an elongated nose.
Elon? Musky smell. Mm.
So you not know where you came from. You not know your father. You not know this place and you not know your brother. You say you're not going to help me with the gas. You're not seeming like you're very much used to me anymore. That's not good for you. That's not good for me.
Well, she peers out a little bit more. Can I try and get a decent...
I forgot you come in.
Hello.
Can you what?
Can I try and one-eye dark vision, see if I can get a decent look at this lady?
Yeah.
$17 on the perception,
17 on the Perceptiona. You peer with your beady eye as best you can into the darkness, and illuminated by these flickering fireflies and the little bit of lantern torchlight that is in the room, you get a small look as she peers a bit closer, and I mean, we have all played Baldur's Gate. She does look a bit like Auntie Ethel. Whilst you probably wouldn't know much in character, you can give me a history check, or maybe even a religion check.
What is that?
There's a 19.
What is what?
History.
That's not fucking kosher, mate.
What's what?
Auntie Ethel.
Have you not?
Oh, did you never get to that bit?
No.
Awkward.
I got
Spoilers.
Spoilers.
Killed all the druids and then fucking then quit.
Oh, I thought you were there when I got my... You were watching me when I got my gammy eye.
Gammy eye. Anyway,
fair enough.
Apologies to anyone that's not. Spoilers in the chat. Yeah.
There was a 19 on history.
19 in history. As you very well know, we are currently in the year 267 RB, since records began. Of course, there is a long history before that. Whilst there would not necessarily be anything in the records themselves, you will perhaps have heard murmurings, tales, folklore, legend, that kind of vibe throughout history. You are an elf. You have been around for some time. And whilst you wouldn't necessarily know of the specifics of this kind of being, there are, again, as I say, folklore and legend tellings of lady hags who are, as history goes, said to be dream eaters, selfish, hungry deal makers who offer promises of things that you might like, promises of ways to change your life in return for a gift or a promise or a deal. And it's said that people go to these lady hags with life issues and come away with a means to fix this life issue, but it often costs them quite dearly. That's how the legends go. And of course, as you all know, there's not currently any magic in Terrafae. So what that means,
or so we think,
for you as characters,
Recounting my little hill deer bedtime stories, I grip tightly onto the hilt of my sword.
Do I notice you do so?
That's a
same but with better eyes.
I will say that I'll give you a perception check to notice, because I imagine you weren't even passively, you weren't paying attention to Haldir in this moment.
No.
29.
I got an 18.
18 and a 19. I'll say you could, I mean, Haldir's stance, you can imagine his stance tightens and he grips his hilt. Can't remember what was the last thing she said before we went on to this line of inquiry. Or something about a deal or something.
Yeah, I don't remember. I've already forgotten.
So, something you can't leave, blah, blah, blah. She says...
Get me the gas and then I'll help you with your revenge, or then you can go and get your revenge.
Yeah.
We'll go get dramas.
If you can bring dramas, I can accept that. If you need to go off and do your things, don't forget. I got this deal with your father that I can collect.
What do you mean by collect?
And you definitely can't remember about your father.
No.
If I was to say to you, his name Grast.
the grass.
Him be a demon lord of the elves. That mean anything to you?
I shake my head, but eyes slightly widened at the at the word demon lord. Wyman eyes.
Old time powers be lost. But it's not too late. Things can change, and I hope they do. But for now, I need my gas. So I make you this deal. You stay here today. You get me some gas. Then you go off tomorrow. You go find Dramus. If I'm not here from you in a couple of weeks, then we come looking. And it won't be good. But if you bring me Dramus in the next couple of weeks, then he can stay and you can go.
I'm going to look to the other two for their thoughts.
I shake my head. Hand still very much so tightly on the hilt of sword. I just feel like, do not make a deal.
It's up to you.
Hmm.
You can come, you can go as you please. I not make you stay. But as I say, I give you a couple more weeks. If I run out of gas, then things get serious. So you either bring me Dramus, or you come back and you don't leave again.
Just gonna like hands out to the other two and just start stepping backwards.
Follow lead.
Think
Your
about
hand
it,
goes
Orak.
straight over Zeron's head.
Yeah. Passes through.
Brushes the top of his head.
Pinky finger hits forehead.
That's all I ask. You get me some gas, and then you leave. You bring me Dramus. And that's the end of it. You can go about your life. You can come back, you can go. But if you don't bring me Dramus, we'll come find you. And things be serious then.
I'll keep stepping back.
Take them empty bottles outside and fill them up for me. Then I know you're accepting. Good luck. I'll be waiting.
I don't like this bitch.
You head outside?
Yes.
Yeah, as you go outside, the kobold shut the door. Red one. Did she say well?
Just gonna ignore him.
You see
And
Bobbin kind of
head to the rest of the group.
slaps his hand on his lap, stands up, starts to slowly walk over as you approach your group.
I am going to meet him halfway.
Oh, when you meet me halfway. Yeah, you approach Bobbin.
I grip his shirt.
Okay.
And I point at the shack. What the hell is that thing in there? And what the hell are you lot doing meeting its demands?
Whoa, now.
Whoa, me? The hell is that?
Take your hand off me shirt.
Sorry, apparently he's turned into a dog. Hang on, she's kicking off at something. 2 seconds. Oh no, she's it. It's fine. What?
What?
Come here. What the hell is that? Gives me a big kiss.
Yeah, he just kisses you. As you grip his shirt, as you are approaching Horak, the kobolds all stay within that 10-15 feet of you as they have. As Haldir grips Bobbin's shirt, you all hear the rustling from within the gilly. What that means, you don't know. Take your hand off me shirt.
Answer my questions, and maybe I will.
She the lady in a swamp.
She's not a fucking lady, is she?
Well, she not a man.
It's questionable, sir. Have you seen the genitalia?
didn't ask the pronouns. It's like, that is a creature.
Now don't be casting aspersions on people. You're welcome here on Orak's behalf. He came to see the lady, she said her piece. What you do with it is up to you.
What she did? Oh, she put down an ultimatum. Do her bidding or something. So, was Horak ever here by his own will? Are you even here by your own will?
I live my life. It's a simple life, but it is. It's not up to me to say what a lady wants or does not want. If she said her piece, then you can go about it how you like. It's nothing to do with me. But if you don't help with the gas, then our lives get harder.
Do the pushy let go thing of anger and like, you have all created a mess.
We not create anything. The lady been here longer than anyone else. She probably will be here much longer than once we've all gone. All she asked for is the gas. That was fine until Orak and Dramus left. So as long as she get the gas, then there's no problem.
Right, so let's keep Horak and his brother Bren forward here against their will continuously, so you can live your lives.
There was nothing against their will. They left.
Wrong. What she just said. You. I don't like you.
You say funny thing, funny man, but doesn't change anything. It's up to you what you do next. You're welcome to stay in a swamp, or you're welcome to leave. She said what she said, and whatever it was is up for you to hear. That's why I was not in there. So you can act on it how you want. He turns and starts walking back towards the village.
Gonna look back to everyone. Look back to the guy that should have stayed in jail. Walk back to the group. Say, well, this is the Horak conundrum. Down to you.
Will you get some gas, Red One?
Enough! No one's talking to you.
They just ignore Haldir. Just all looking up at Horak.
I will continue to ignore them, and I'm pondering. Still doing the think. Sort of ignoring everything, just staring off into the sky like, I have a brother now.
How does Daddy?
Brother? That's pure evil in there, let me tell you. It'd be will to not make any deals with it. Unless you already have and you can't remember. Maybe that's something to do with it.
It's possible. Either way, deal or no deal, gas or no gas, I'd like to find my brother.
That I could probably agree with. Boys and girl, you've been very quiet, by the way. Girl.
Leave.
Sorry, you're not. Oh God, she's not here.
Fucking hell, mate. We lost her a few weeks ago.
Yeah, just a bit.
Yeah.
I've got a lot on my mind, says Evelyn, and then continues to be quiet.
Jack as well. Oh God, both of you very, very quiet today. However, back in the moment.
I wouldn't know the first place to look for another Red.
Well, apparently we're linked. But what that means, I don't really know.
I mean, we found you in the prison. Should that be the first place we look?
It'd be a bit obvious if there was another one in there with us.
Nobody may have gone in there since.
True.
And that's the only lead we have, I think.
Jack says, so Haldir's come out feeling very upset, obviously. What did she say?
But I need to work for her, essentially. She needs
Permanently?
gas. She wasn't very plain spoken. She said she needs gas or things will happen.
Gas or repairs.
Haldir, you said she's not a lady, she's a creature?
That ain't no lady. It's worse than these little crocodiles that are around us. It's a fucking hag. You're going to bed and your mammy and pappy, they tell you that, oh, don't go around with the hags and the little huts and whatnot because, oh, they'll keep you in and they'll gobble you up and whatnot. And then you got a little bit older and then the actual story started coming out. You're like, oh, yeah, they'll give you all of the riches in the world, and only to realise that they've stolen your wife and your daughter, and it's one of them. It's one of them.
Haldir, have you been drinking?
Not as much as I should.
Mood.
Thanks, Aldir, babe. But I'm telling you, if we fuck up, Horak fucks up, hag.
So you say she gave you an ultimatum. What are the two choices?
What was that me?
Yeah.
Oh. I'd stay for today, collect her some gas, and then go find my brother. Or I forget.
Or you stay for good.
That one. It seems me and my brother are the only, her only means of harvesting said gas. And if I don't bring my brother back, obviously I'm the only option.
Why does she want the gas?
Once again, she wasn't very plainly spoken. I assume it's some sort of sustenance. Maybe a source of her power?
Power? What kind of power is one of those things?
I don't know.
Either way, do we really want to feed her?
What's going to happen if we don't?
Oh, our friend Bobbin said things would get more difficult for the people.
Well, they did choose to live out here.
I feel like they've done something that's created their own demise, making a deal with that thing.
The more we get involved, the more we get dragged into it. I would say get her a jar of gas and we'll find your brother.
She also mentioned if I do go, if I don't bring my brother back within a couple of weeks, there's a deal with my father she can collect on. I should probably mention she also said my father is some sort of demon lord from the hells.
And you believe that?
I mean, look at me.
Well, Delron's half a man size. That's nothing unusual. For all you know, she could be lying to you.
As much as I want that to be the case, we have seen other people like Zeron, his family. Other than my supposed brother, there is no other like me.
Hey,
We could go, Red One. Try to help you find him. We found you.
I no longer trust these things. They work for her.
I mean, if they go looking for his brother, they're not going to be bothering us.
Can we at least put them on a leash?
They seem to already be tethered on like a 15-foot radius of me, so.
Within 15 feet of Horak, can speak common.
Yeah.
Only to keep you safe, Red One. If you don't want us, we can leave.
So what is their deal? Why are they protecting you?
I'm not quite sure. Do you work under the lady, or are you servants of the village?
Well, we're safe here in the swamp. We protect you so you can get the gas for the lady. Then nothing will get worse for the swamp.
Wasn't really an answer.
We don't work for anybody.
Alright.
But we're not safe here. We're not really safe many places. Because we're not from here.
So what happens if the lady doesn't get gas? Do you know why things will get worse?
She gets hungry and she gets angry. Then things change.
To
Change how?
Things change.
Well, it's not really happened yet. But
So
the,
yeah,
You know things change.
the swamp has been darker recently.
It's a swamp. What do you expect?
But
It is
normally
winter.
there's more fireflies. Like when we hold them. But there's not many now.
Well, that seems like a you problem, pal.
It'll be an everyone problem, pal.
I don't.
I
Not
don't
sure
know.
it
I feel
will.
like it'll be about 15 people and about 10 kobolds problem, not everybody's.
Yes, I have to agree with my cohort here.
If it gets worse for the swamp, it could get worse everywhere.
And then the armies might rise up and no more hag. I only see a positive.
But what about Horak's father?
Horak?
What about my father?
What about my father? What
What about anyone's father?
about Oran's father? What about Boone's father?
But your fathers aren't demon lords from the hells.
You don't know that.
No, but my father's fucking rich.
Can't
Who's
spend
rich?
money if you're dead.
Hmm. Who's rich?
My
Sorry,
father's
it
rich.
took a little while.
Uh,
I'm not sure. I'm terribly buying into all of this hags and demon lords. It sounds a little bit too far fetched.
look at me in my eye and tell me, have I ever been this hysteric around a woman before?
Only probably every fucking time you've been near a woman, Egon.
The different kind of hysteric.
Yes, a little more specific next time.
Sorry. Yeah.
I understand. but I'm not sure.
I-
Hag, you say?
Look, I've got a few more years on all of you. I understand that maybe things sort of stick in my memory a little bit more, but a hag, yeah.
Are you sure it's not an ugly lady? Maybe it's this place that's making you feel that way.
Listen
Hags-
here, I have seen some ugly ladies in my time, and I've also seen some downright ugly men. I've also seen some downright ugly they-thems and anything else they wish to be called. However, this is completely this is next level. This is not. This is something you stab.
Well,
We
people
do
just-
that a lot.
All right, this is something you're supposed to stab.
Again, could be applied to a lot of things. Like, I don't know. It's difficult to establish what this is that we're dealing with.
A hag.
Well, I'll be completely honest with you, Egon. I've heard a lot of stories and a lot of shit about a lot of things. I've never
Right.
seen a hag.
You just saw one.
I didn't see anything. I can't see in the fucking dark
Oh,
like you can.
that's true. You've got silly vision.
I have normal vision, like normal people.
Debatable. True, but where do stories come from?
Somebody who's bored, sat in a fucking shack by themselves.
The best stories, however, always come from the truth. How do you scare children into going to bed at night? How do you scare the
Belt.
farmers into? But there's that. How do you scare the farmers into not staying out past the light's end? Everything has truth.
Does it?
But they could be just stories. You could make up stories just to make people not do what you don't want them to do. That doesn't
Would you
mean
like to come back in with me and have a word with her? Tell you what, let's go make a deal.
No.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oren does look a bit weird about the idea of going in there.
Exactly. Now, even because it's a story, or stories to be told, you know better because the stories have warned you. That's a hag. You ain't stupid enough.
So what do we do about Horak? Because he can't stay here if he doesn't want to. Do we get her the jar and find her brother?
I don't think that's
Maybe
what we
he
do.
knows something.
Definitely
think
need
he
to
has
find
to
his
get the
brother.
jar.
Aye, if you would like to feed her, cool.
Will she let us leave without feeding her?
He could fucking try and stop me.
Well, it's up to
I think-
Horak in the end of the day. He's the only one who can do this. At
Right.
the end of the day, we leave tonight. Whether or not Horak wants to feed her before he goes,
But whatever happens, do remember we have to leave via a swamp. We won't be able to leave quickly.
I wish we had Neve. Nothing against you, my new elven goddess, but she would just always hurry us up.
Ava just gives you a bombastic side eye. Then
Even though
continues
the
to listen.
offensive side eye.
Korak?
My brother might have answers, but I don't think we'll be able to leave unhindered if I don't supply with some gas.
It is, I take it. Yes, people in the town will know how to get it.
I'm sure somebody will tell you how to do it. Bobbin,
Bobbin already left.
Bobbin, you're busted!
Send one of the kobolds to go get him.
One of you little kobold fellows know how to acquire this gas?
They don't respond.
I asked the same question.
You just reach in and take it from the burgling bubbles in the ponds.
Did I
Ta-da.
detect a little bit of dissent? These fuckers not listening to me when I'm talking.
Don't think they care about us.
Do I need to cut a bitch?
It's alright, this is why I got a whip.
Okay, I'll leave it with you.
God, I'm gonna pick up a couple of the jars.
The jars. Yep, you walk up to the front of the lady's shack. There are two of the large 2-litre jars. Just taking 2.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll grab another one and start walking behind him.
Yeah, they're not particularly heavy. They're just glass jars. 2-litre glass jars.
I'm a little person.
I'll
Grab one.
Perhaps whilst I work on this, you guys could ask some questions around the village. See if any other deals have been made. Or maybe
Deals?
just ask why they've settled here.
Alright, I'll do that.
I'll give you another jar. Get some for us. We'll take it to someone else who might, like an apothecary. Maybe they can tell us what this is.
I nod, take the jar, and head towards the bibbly bubbly bubbles.
Yeah. As you venture forth, the kobolds continue to follow you 15 feet away. So we've got Horak and Zeron following with the GR. Then Oron and Haldir are going to the village. Yeah. Ava and Jack say, well, if we're planning to leave, we'll just go wait with the cart. Feeling of unease in the swamp is now making me a little nervous, so I'm going to go look after our things. So you four start making your way back towards the village. So you look out, Horak. It's like there's these little ponds, are relatively frequent. You can approach any of the nearby ponds, should you so wish. You stand at the edge of the pond. There is quite a number of plumes of long grass, which is when you think that's probably what the sickle was kind of used for, just to clear the area. In the centre of the swamp, like once every minute or so, there's a kind of bubbles into a large bubble on the surface and then pops and clouds of this oily, pearlescent kind of flecks of colour as the random light hits it. Gas pops out.
I will approach where the blubby blub blub blubness is and just hold a jar above it upside down,
Sorry, can we have that
attempting to
again?
catch the blubby blub blub
Approach
blubness.
Blubby blub 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 blubs.
The blooby blub blubs. So
You see a pink man in the distance, hiding behind a tree. He seems rather spotty.
You'll have to go about 5 feet into the pond.
I'm gonna take my boots off and roll up my trousers.
Yeah.
And wade out.
Yeah. So the pond comes up to about knee. It's just lapping at the rolls of your trousers. You feel the need to roll them up a little bit more. Nice and tight on your thighs.
I'll get my jorts on.
Get your jorts on. And you walk out into the centre. You hold the jar over the bubble. As you're holding the jar over the bubble, you see it expands to the point that it has been as you've watched, where it normally pops and the gas comes out. But as you're holding the jar over it, it just bubbles and then stops.
Poke it with my horn dagger.
Just pops like a normal bubble, no gas, settles.
What the freak?
After another
Ask the
minute,
kobolds.
bubbles up again. You still holding the jar over it?
No.
As you take the jar away, pops and a gas cloud comes out.
I fucking threw it with the ball.
As you throw the swing with the jar, the gas just kind of almost dodges it, dissipates.
I wait for a third bubble.
Yeah.
Visibly frustrated at my inability to capture gas in a jar.
Another bubble, a minute later. Gas comes out.
I almost feeling a bit stupid for attempting it, but I try and grab the gas with my hand.
Yeah, as you reach your hand into it, like grabbing candy floss, it feels very light but almost sticky. And you grab it and it almost, even though it's a gas, it looks like it should be a substance in your hand.
I just try and put it in the jar.
As you put it in the jar, it goes in.
Cork.
You imagine there's about a fifth in there from that one scoop.
Not cork. I just repeat the process.
Yeah, another 5 minutes pass almost rhythmically within about 10-15 seconds of each other. One of the kobolds shouts.
One of the kobolds gets angry.
Horak, you dickhead! the bubbles continue to...
I'm trying my best.
And each time you grab it, you start putting it in. And it just feels like, Zeron, you're watching Horak just flailing in this pond. And
Does it look a bit daft?
he looks very daft, like, it's like trying to catch a fart. But, but every time he does, you notice that there seems to be some element of substance to this gas when he grabs it. And after about 5 or 6 bubbles, you feel the density of the jar. You cork it. You've got a full jar.
How many jars did we bring? 4.
4.
Yeah, I'll just...
I had one, and then Oron gave another one.
You stand and you watch. A minute passes, 2 minutes. No more bubbles start to come out. And after you've stood there waiting, one of the kobolds pipes up, says, "Need another pond."
Take me to one.
They start leading a path.
I follow them.
Easy enough, not too far to go. You find another pond.
Yeah, I just, assuming I'm only going to get 1 jar's worth out of this one as well, I will get to work.
Yeah, repeat the process. A good 20-30 minutes go by, and it makes you think, like, over time, the more you're doing this, you fill up your 4 jars, and you think, like, how long were you in this swamp collecting this gas? And, like, how much gas do you need to collect? Is it a daily thing, a weekly thing? How much gas does this lady need? For it to be seemingly quite straightforward to, like, 1 jar every 10 minutes kind of vibe. Like, how much do you need to collect? But you fill your 4 jars. You've got 4 full jars.
I'm going to give 3 of them to the kobolds and tell them to return it to the hags. Gaff.
Yeah. See, they hold them and they're potter their way off back down the path.
They just head towards the cart with the other one.
Okay.
After rebooting and rolling my trials.
Yeah, as you've puddled off, you notice that one of the kobolds brought your boots.
Fucking love, mate. You can have a bit of meat. Give me a little treat for being a good boy.
All right. Yeah.
I might try and recruit them.
Make your way back through the swamp. Easy enough to get back to the village. After a bit of a minor detour, it's not that hard to find. Meanwhile...
During the meanwhile, I need to go grab my diddins, so I'll be right back.
Yeah. Ava and Jack head to the cart. Oran and Haldir, you head back to the village. As you get there, you see Bobbin sat round the bonfire. There's two more kobolds kind of lingering around near Horak's shack. There's the odd person comes in and out of the shacks, but not very often. You see one person putting out some washing on a line behind one of the shacks. One of them come after being there for a few minutes. You see one of them returns with carrying like a jar over their shoulder, big large jar. Heads back to their shack.
Gonna turn to Haldir and say, let's say you're correct. This is a hag. Do you think these? Okay, you're right. Do you think these people have made a deal with her?
Would you live next door to one?
I wouldn't live in a swamp.
Unless
there's something here that people want.
Or you have been tied to it somehow. Not counting the guy who was obviously a thief that I talked to yesterday. He's just here to escape the law. But, I don't know, a lot of reasonable-ish looking people that probably made a deal with a hag.
Or should we start with Bobbin and then...
I'm not talking to Bobbin.
Okay, we're not talking...
You look over to see Bobbins just sat by the bonfire, and he's just looking straight at you two. And he's kind of peeling what looks like some kind of fruit.
Fruits don't grow in swamps.
Or do they? It's your first time in this swamp.
I've never had this swamp banana in my life. I'll look around. Is there any other people?
No one's lingering out. As I say, the only people you've seen are like there's someone hanging up washing round the back. It's one of the girls from yesterday. You see a fella carrying this jar back in, but then he goes into his shack.
I'm gonna go talk to the lady folk then, because I kind of at least half know them.
Yeah.
I'll come with.
Please.
Yeah, you head round the back. Afternoon.
Oh, afternoon. How are you?
Well, as can be expected. How did Horak get on with the lady? I see he's not here with you.
Doing great.
Well, that's good. Is he getting back to his responsibility?
Yes, see, responsibility. Just gonna put my just like hand and lean down. Just go. Responsibilities were you given by that lady?
Well, I don't have any. I just live here.
Why?
Well, I told you yesterday. Have you forgotten?
Yes.
Well, it's a nice place. It's relaxing. There's no stress. Apart from, of course, when the lady gets mad. But hopefully
Right.
now Horak's back, that won't be an issue.
And what happens when the lady gets mad?
See, she kind of scratches her face a bit and... Well, things get a little bit darker and, I suppose it's harder to find food and clean water to drink.
Have you ever questioned how she just gets food and water and whatnot without ever leaving?
I think she means they gather the food, but when she's angry, it's harder to actually find it out.
This man gets it.
Or it's down to her mood?
Well, we don't really question it. We just don't make her mad, and she usually has enough gas. But things have been running a little slim, so it's good timing that Horak came back. It'd be even better if Dramus was here as well. So they can
About
get it.
those two, we're hearing different things. What have you heard about the reason why they left?
Well, they just upped and left one day. They said they were going for an adventure. They said they'd be back soon, and they just never came back.
And that was it? Just out of the blue, they decided to leave? They never said anything to anyone?
Pretty much.
Can I inside this?
Give
her across the face.
You don't need to insight. She's obviously bullshit.
Are you username Ladiesman 217?
She's obviously bullshit. You don't need to insight.
I am going to intimidate them.
Oh,
I'm just like,
okay.
Hey, you need to start telling the truth. Evil eye.
Yeah, give me an intimidation check.
Can I back him up by going, Hilda, don't do this, not again. We don't need
Not this time, Hildy.
No, please.
There are children here, Hildy. 16.
As she kind of takes a step back, says, "Now, you don't need to get threatening."
White lion bar.
Look, we don't know you people. You're not from these parts. Things have been difficult. So excuse me for not trying to tell everybody else's business. Dramus said something about bringing his father, or finding his father. And Horak agreed. They said they were going on an adventure. Something to do with their father. Apparently Horak's forgotten his place, and he's forgotten his memories, and he doesn't know who he is anymore. And gods only know where Dramus is. I don't suppose they were successful in their endeavours, because whoever their father is, he's certainly not come. But that's all I know. It's something to do with their father. Now, if you don't mind being all threatening like, I need to get myself a little drink. Anything else?
Turn to Mr. Torres.
I don't think so. I think that's all the information we're getting out of this pond.
And you've never spoken to the lady yourself?
Of course I have. Everyone has.
And what kind of things has she offered you?
A place to live, safety.
For
For what?
you don't just offer somebody a place to live for nothing.
You're very judgmental, aren't you, sir? You seemed so nice last night. Why can't people be nice? You know,
From the
hey, it's
city.
not always give and take.
Oh, you think? You think? All right. Okay. All right. Okay.
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 If you must know, she
I do.
looks after my little boy every so often.
Look around for a little kid.
Nonce.
Jesus. You've not.
The thorax shouts from the swamp.
You've
Just echoes through the trees.
Nods, hag nods.
Hag nods. You've not seen a little boy.
Where is your boy now?
He's out playing.
In a swamp.
Well, why? Where else? It's his home.
Crocodiles and
Danger
snakes.
ropes.
That's it.
Well, each to their own. Well, I don't know what to tell you. They're only a danger if you let them be, I suppose.
Get within 10 feet of them, yeah.
When was the last time you saw your son?
That's a good point.
I think we found the part of the deal.
I think so.
That couldn't have been long ago. He'll probably be back soon for his food.
And what did he eat last night?
I must have had some of the crocodile from the barbecue. That's
and the
what
night
that,
before? What do you usually do on days that end in Y with this boy?
that's well, he goes out to play a lot, and I mean, there's not really much to do, I suppose.
What's his favourite colour?
Oh, that's blue.
What was the last book you read him?
What's a book?
You know what? I kind of had that one coming, didn't I? Torres, you've got a bigger brain than me.
I mean, I still.
Oh no, you're doing fantastic. Continue.
Thanks. All right.
I am
How
quite.
old is he?
He's 4.
How long has he been 4 for?
Since his last birthday.
Which was
in May.
of what year of our Ape Lord?
I'll have to double check. I'm quite parched. Just please forgive me. She just turns
We'll
and
wait right here.
starts walking away.
Oh, fucking hell.
You'd make a great detective, Hildir.
You're fantastic. I'm amazed. I think you're incredible.
Oh,
I
dear.
did get down to a nitty gritty if she doesn't remember what year her son turned 4.
I wonder if anybody else's children have been going missing or on extended playtime.
You know what? It's not. I'll be honest with you. It's not usual I'm right with these crazy theories. However, are you picking up what I'm putting down?
I'm picking up a cat.
As I say, with a cat for some reason.
Horak appears back in the camp with the swamp cat.
Where you had a cat from? There's cats in the swamp.
It ain't Warren, so now I have a new pet.
Can we see that guy with the jar?
You saw him walk into the village and he went into a shack.
Did you see the guy with the jar?
It was
Did it look
it wasn't a glass jar, it was like a large drink.
It wasn't the sort of jar that...
Yeah, it was like a large water container kind of jar.
Oh, there's something in the water, Hal, dear.
Something's in my ass.
Is that Aldi's working song?
You also hear Horak shout from the swamp.
It's just an
Some very, some very strange leeches.
I reckon we should talk to that man then.
I think so too. But I'm wondering if this... Do you know how she was very wanted water? I'm wondering if there's something in the drink that's...
Possible. Just before we go any further, DM, was there stories of magic and/or other things?
I will say only because you are an elf, you can make a history check with disadvantage.
Are we gonna go? No. I've got 12.
12, along with the folklore legends and stories, they're in whatever your lineage, whatever your parents and past, etc., however they are. Of course, elven lineage spans centuries. There would have been like bedtime stories and the like of lands far away where magical things happen and people have powers, and you've always had a gut feeling that coming back to your talks on these stories are always usually based on truth. They've seemed so far-fetched because of course magic doesn't exist in Terrafae. But you've always had a feeling that, like, you know, could it be real? But you've never really questioned it because it's never come up. And of course there's no magic, so there's no proof, etc. So...
bombastic side-eye, Mr. Torres.
Bombastic side-eye you back.
What kind of bedtime stories did you get when you were a wee barn?
Never really got bedtime stories. Never, all this magic and belief doesn't... Very little proof that it's real, but there's always a rational explanation to things.
What about here and now, though?
As in, what do I feel now? In this place?
Kind of feels a bit magic.
I don't frequent many swamps, so I don't know if it's... Like I said, maybe there's something in the water. Maybe it's just the environment that makes people off. There's something definitely going on here, but...
Let's go talk to the
jar man.
The water boy. Aye.
Yeah, as you make your way back across the swampy village, you can see Bobbin is still just sat there now eating his peeled fruit.
Just gonna give him a wave.
Just watch. He slowly nods. Just follow tracks.
I just scratch my nose going past him.
Just tracks you across. You head over towards the shack in which the gentleman with the jar...
Is the pallet still up?
Is the what, mate?
The pallet.
The pallet?
The DVD joke.
Oh, yeah. Just pull it down. Holiday walks into it.
Killer's not even here.
Kicks it. Yep, you make your way across. up to the front of the shack in which the guy disappeared.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Hildir.
Neil dear who?
Hildir, you better open this fucking door, otherwise I'm about to go batshit mode.
It's going to knock off his hinges.
Yeah, you knock on the door. A few seconds later, door opens. Yes.
Hey,
Can I help?
maybe you can. Can we come inside?
Yes.
Thanks! Just
Step-
pushing
Just
myself.
barge our way in.
Steps aside, lets you walk in. So how can I help you, friends of Horak?
We're just asking some questions, trying to find out more about this lovely village you have here.
Lovely.
It's fantastic.
Brilliant.
Incredible.
What's
Real
there
estate
to
must be through
tell?
the roof.
Magical.
Magic.
There's not a lot to tell. It's a shack village in a swamp. Life's easy. No one needs anything. Now, what kind of questions do you have?
Well, we were going to ask you, why did you choose to live here? Like, we hear life's quite easy, and apparently the lady is responsible for that.
Well, yes, I suppose. Well, no one wants for anything, so
And have you met the lady?
yes, of course I have. She's,
Do you have any children?
I do not.
You have a wife?
You see, he looks at the floor. I do not.
Husband?
Beloved pet?
No.
Wall clock?
I don't have a lot of things of deeper meaning to myself, if that's what you mean.
But you have spoken to this lady. Did she ask anything in return for you to live here? Were there any conditions, or
I mean, I don't know what conditions you can apply to living in a swamp, but not that I can think.
So, what were you carrying around before?
It's just a jug of water to fill up my bathtub.
Oh, you're about to have a bath.
Well, I
they have
was.
baths here?
Yes.
You look over to the back room and it's just one of those, single person tubs. Your legs are going to fit over the side. Like in the shack in Django. Just that kind of sitting in it. Rub-a-dub-dub. I was going to heat it up and then make myself a little bath. You're welcome to use the tub after if you'd like.
Oh, Howdy loves baths.
Not as much as one may think.
Well, the offer's there. I can always give you a shout once I'm done.
Have you ever thought about living elsewhere by chance?
Why would I need to do that?
Has it ever crossed your mind?
Can't say it has.
Look at Torres, clearly struggling for questions.
Well, where do you get this water from? Like, I'm sure drinking water's quite hard to come by here. It's not particularly, well, sanitary, but
I get it from the well near the lady's house.
oh well.
Yeah, it's like a Well, some people say it's like
It's
one
like
of the.
a whale.
It's like a hole in the ground where the water comes from. Now, a lot of people say it's like a wishing well. You can throw things in and make yourself a little wish, and
Well,
it's all superstition and the like, but gives people something to believe in, I suppose.
That sneaky bitch.
Have you ever partaken in it? Just
Well,
ever thrown an offering in there and wished for anything in particular?
Stop saying well, goddammit.
Well,
well, maybe I have.
Well.
I couldn't possibly say, what they say about wishes. If you talk about them, then they won't come true.
did it come true?
Again, that would be telling.
1 blink for yes, 2 blinks for no.
Blink. I couldn't say.
You don't have to. Gonna to Mr. Torres and just be like, magic.
So do you mind if I take my bath?
Oh, go right ahead.
Just starts taking his clothes off.
We'll leave.
Well, have a good
I
day.
stay to see if mine is bigger. He has a separate side for his penis.
Climbs
you not
into
got a
the
wife
bath.
and no husband?
Yeah, one leg climbs into the bath. Then two
Turned out it
legs
was
climb
just
into
a
the
cock
bath.
wash.
Then his third leg climbs into the bath.
the wishing well does work.
I wonder what his wish was.
As you leave,
One sort of picture of an elephant.
yeah. You leave the shack and hear the slightly rusty metal ting of inclining in, and then hear a thud.
Sploosh.
Was that a Joby?
No,
it's a bath bomb.
Oh dear.
For time pays for all, Mr. Torres, or are you convinced?
Well, I was going to say, do you want to have a look at this well, see what's going on there? But
Absolutely.
It's about
so
this time
what would you wish for?
you two will have returned to the village.
What would I wish for? That's a good question. What would you wish for?
You can see Haldir and Oron stood outside the porch of one of the shacks. Zeron and Horak.
Well, there's 2 things I'd wish for.
Go on.
Points lower.
Oh!
Can I have my cork back?
I would like my...
But what would you trade to have it back?
Someone else's.
You'd probably be here forever. For the sake of testes.
That's the point. What sort of things... Well, obviously the woman traded her son. I don't know what that guy traded. He seemed very evasive on it, but... Is that how she makes her deals? She gets them to make a wish in the world, and...
The woman's obviously trying to get her husband back that's secretly a zombie at the moment.
I just want to kill this really magical frog that's around this swamp, right? It's beating the shit out of me at least 3 times.
Why don't you kiss it instead, Egon?
Shit.
Maybe
Could I have
it'll be a
interacted
dream.
with the frog instead?
What? Am I missing something about frogs?
Right, outside of Ethel's house, in a swamp, there's this fucking frog, right?
The white frog that's clearly like a level 15 wizard.
Yeah.
You will get fucking fireballed if you attack the frog.
Yeah, I thought I was missing something from when I went to go get me dinner.
Baldur's Gate spoilers. I mean, yes, definitely attack the white frog in the swamp. It's funny.
Yeah, you'll beat it every time.
Definitely. Anyway, you two see Oron and Haldir standing on the porch having a hushed discussion.
We approach, or I approach. I'm not sure if Sarah's going to follow.
Yeah,
Don't
fuck it.
think there's
not?
We
anything in this
approach.
world I could wish for that would be worth staying here. Maybe all of this is just a magical trick of the mind.
Maybe it's all a ruse.
Oh, hello. So, we made progress. What about you?
So did we.
Still holding a jar full of gas.
She got 3, and this one's for us.
Alright, okay. So, recount the story of the 2 people wishing well and man with just a massive penis.
Fucking huge.
Monstrous.
Damn it. Huge
Trench
and lucky person.
creating.
Good lord, that's why the ground's so uneven. Just it's been fucking banging about on the ground too much.
Where the road comes from, he just carves the road path when he goes to get water.
He
That's why
must be the farmer.
That's actually why the sickles are rusty now as well, because he just flattens it with his knob.
Yeah, they just don't get used.
They're not even mine and my brothers. They just put them in there whilst we were away.
Turned it into a shed. Anyway, big dick jokes aside.
So, we're probably going to go have a look at this wishing well.
I mean,
See why
I'll
not?
follow you.
Same.
Don't wish for anything.
So you make your way back out of the village. You guys have basically done like a triangle. You've gone to the ladies that got the cross to get the thing, then back into the village, then back to the ladies. As you head back up to the ladies' shack, you see 2 kobolds who are sat outside, not holding jars. Or did you send 3?
Yeah, 3 jars, 1 for us.
Yeah,
jars.
yeah. So there's 3 sat outside. The other kobolds are still following you as well. So you've got 3 following you, 3 sat outside the ladies'
Are
shack.
the jars outside, or is she in there fucking scrambling on the fucking swamp farts?
She huffed them already.
You do not see jars.
Jar
Oh,
jar.
So you just hear, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
She's actually just a really convincing smackhead.
Yeah. She's not a hag at all. She's just had that much shit by now.
But truth be told, as you kind of venture round the backside of the shack, you can see there is indeed a stone crafted, stereotypical with the wooden frame and the little slatted roof and the little winch handle with a rope heading down. There is indeed a well.
I look down it,
Pitch black.
even with dark vision.
Has it got the little rope coil with the bucket rope going down?
Zera.
I'm going to look at Zeron.
Yeah, I think we're all looking at Zeron here.
There is a small problem, though, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's quite small. Go on.
I do not have dark vision.
I hold up a torch.
Fuck you, Torres. Into a bucket.
This is. I mean, it smelled sulfury inside the house. Is it a good idea to ignite something?
It's a well. I'm pretty sure nothing's going to burst into flames.
Anyway, it's a well.
I mean, if it does burst into flames down there, Zeron is quite literally cooked.
We're going to tie a rope around him, just in case.
Is it an enchanted fireproof rope?
At least we can get the body back.
I voiced my concerns about the smell, but I'm not gonna go out of my way to persuade them not to do it.
Every cloud.
Does the well smell funky?
Give me a
Fuck it.
perception check based on smell.
Smells well funky.
Boone, get over here.
Yep, Boone.
Perception, a 12 plus 7, 19. Yeah.
Boone has a snifter into the well.
Roughly how much rope is on said winch / bucket?
It's hard to tell.
Does it look
It's-
hempen in about 150 feet? Because we're pros at that kind of thing.
It looks like a long length of rope and you cannot see the bucket as it is extended down into the well. You give it a wind up and it takes a good 30 seconds, 45 seconds, and
Nah, you fucking bastard bucket. Way.
up the bucket comes. Yeah, Boone has a good snifter and then sits down and looks at you.
Doesn't look very concerned or kind of.
I mean,
Just looks okay.
he's not stupid. You know, like you've asked him to sniff if there's anything dodgy, and he's not alerted. So
Okay, he seems fine.
I trust Boone. You're not Boone. You're a shit dog.
I trust you too.
Oh,
Is the bucket big enough for Zeron to get in?
Awkwardly, you could hang out of it and hold on. You can't sit on it like a little Bill and Ben the Flower Pot men.
You sort of like stand on it and hold the rope.
To a
Plonk
degree,
my
yeah.
arse in it.
is there enough room for me to go down with him, sort of like tied to a rope? If like Horak and Haldir lower me in.
We're going Mission Impossible style with you.
Let's go.
The rope that is attached around the well, you imagine, is perfectly sufficient for upping and downing buckets of water. But you just at looking at it, you imagine a whole ass man and a whole ass half man will probably just snap it.
Yeah.
But
Would
a
a whole ass
half.
half man just snap it? Not.
Well, I wouldn't advise using
You
that.
can
I'll say
certainly try.
get our ropes out and use those instead.
Yes, my 4 feet of rope.
Yeah, Horak's shit out of luck here with his remaining 4 feet of hempen rope. But you all have got.
I've got 46 feet of hempen rope, so.
What have I got?
Got 50. I haven't used one yet.
Are there any little rocky boys on the floor?
Yeah, not many, but there is a couple of loose
Gonna
bits of rock and gravel.
Drop
hell,
one
can't
down the
imagine.
well and listen for the sploosh.
Okay.
And I do have 10 pitons, so I could probably smack those in whilst I go down. Just to get the foot go down.
Bloom.
That was a long fall.
Just before we go down, can I go and feed my boons, please? Because they're bothering the shit out of me.
Yeah.
I'd also like to clarify that said stone was not an offering for a wish. Fuck off, sneaky hag.
I mean,
Your broken horse starts sprouting back.
who knows how these things work? You dropped something into the well.
I just need to make sure I don't preface anything I say with, "Oh, I wish this happened," whilst we're around the well, or ever. You know what? Banned words.
Yeah. I mean, you drop something into the well. Who says you have to be? You just never say "I wish" ever again, just in case. You're now on the clock. Wherever you go, you've dropped in an offering. Make your wish.
I wish for a penis as big as the guy that they told me about.
And nothing happens.
So are we lowering knee high bestie
I believe
With-
so.
with spare lengths of rope that other people might want to put in?
Before,
Yeah, I hand over my
attached to
15.
him?
yeah,
Okay.
before I tie myself up, I'm going to take off my bag. And into my bag, I'm going to put my longbow.
Skibbity dub dub dub.
all of the arrows, my poisoner's kit, and that's it. So I'm wearing leather, 2 short swords, a dagger, my thieves' tools, and I think we got rid of the black cloaks, didn't we? For some reason I've still got mine.
I don't think you ever stipulated you got rid of them. You just stopped wearing them.
Alright, I'll put that in the backpack as well. Right, so yeah, I'm wearing my studded leather. I have both short swords, a dagger, and my thieves' tools with me. That is it.
Okay.
I will retrieve another dagger from my bag. Now I have 2 daggers, both equipped.
Let's go
Can
for
we-
a jaunt into the well. Tooled
Can I-
up.
before he goes in, can I just have a quick peek in and see if I can see anything from my 60 feet or dark vision?
Pictures. You can see the standard 60 feet-ish down until, it just goes dark. It's just stone-walled, circular well.
Can we fetch Ava and get her to use her eagle thing that can see really far?
You fetch Ava, she comes, she sees really far. It's just pitch black until water
Useless
at the
bitch.
bottom. I will say, since you asked, Horak, you can roll a perception check on her behalf.
Okay. Just flat or what's her bonus?
I will tell you now.
Where is my cursor? Oh, there it is.
The other thing we could do is just wheel the bucket down as far as it would go, lift it back up. If the rope looks like it's about 50 feet or so and we can't see anything, I mean, maybe it's a magical well.
I got an 18, so whatever her bonus is on top of
plus
that.
5, 23. Yeah, I mean, she has a look down and it's water all the way down. All the way down to water, about 70 feet down, which would explain the weight for the kaploom. She does say that it's very hard to make out because it's dark as fuck and very murky. But
Murky.
It looks like there might be some kind of gate-ish looking or metal bars or something below the surface of the water. But it's very hard to tell because it's dark as fuck. But in the interest of her using her eagle eye cherry, then she heads back to the cart.
But there's nothing we can do about that grade down there, because even if Zeron does reach it, manage to get it unlocked, he can't see what he's doing. Once he goes under the water, he's blind.
The kobolds are still next to us, right?
Kobolds have just stood there 15 feet away, yeah.
And it's light out, so there wouldn't be any fireflies about, would there?
I don't suppose so. You could look.
Let's just ask them to fetch us a jar of fireflies.
Yep, one of the kobolds runs away.
I thought you were going to say we're going to throw one of the kobolds down to have a look.
Not to get fireflies, though. He's just scared of questions.
The kobold is a brilliant idea, though.
We just throw one of them instead.
Just tie one, throw it in there.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
better idea. Then I'm going to roll a new character.
How long are you just cracking on? Or are you waiting for the other kobold to come?
I'm just going to let them do their thing. I'm just trying to help in the background, I guess.
We're waiting for the kobold because we want the fireflies to take down the well, don't we? Don't I?
Yeah, just
Yeah,
to avoid possibilities of ignition.
Yeah, I was asking if you were going to crack on now, or you're going to wait the couple of minutes it'll take him.
Yeah, just wait for him.
Gonna turn to
Well, I
Howdy.
guess in the time
Make a
we're waiting, I
wish.
can get saddled up and shit. No, I'm not making a wish.
No.
It would be us that would have to make one because we're throwing him down the well.
Yeah. Can you make a wish if you're the one going in the well?
I
Why
wish he
doesn't he
comes
come
up
out of it?
non-alcoholic.
Oh, I wish the well was wine.
There are some things that a well can't even answer for.
Oh, please. Please, I drop a.
Tell you what.
I drop a dagger into the well. I
Yeah.
wish the well was wine.
Okay.
No.
Oran's going to squint his eyes and slowly start lowering the bucket.
The stone, the bucket, and the frame of the well all turn into wine, and he falls in and dies.
What did you do?
You do that, yeah?
Yeah, fuck it. Why not?
Okay.
I've got an extra +1 dagger. Fuck it.
Oh, goddamn.
You drop a +1 dagger
Yep.
into the well, and you say, I wish the well was wine.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will offer one
Fuck
of
it.
my shittier diet knives. And,
It's too late, it's already dropped it.
Too late. It's gone.
it's gone. It's in there.
Kabloom.
You do not know what you have done, boy.
What do I fucking
Fool of a
get?
took.
Fool of a took!
Did you put your name in the goblet of fire?
A minute later, as Zeron is slowly being winched down, returning with a jar of fireflies, is the kobold. They are currently inert, but then he kind of shakes it a little bit and they all flicker a little bit with light and then it dims.
What have I got? So I'll just offer him a bit of a ration for being a good boy again, and hand the fireflies to Zero.
No.
If you keep doing that, they're going to expect it.
Only when they behave.
Positivity training, you should know that, Boris.
Yeah, before you know it, they're scrounging at the table, they won't sit down, and you can't stop them.
Yeah.
The second we leave the swamp, it'll be the swamp people's problem.
True.
I hope.
So you win. Who's doing the winching as Zeron descends?
I'm a strong boy, I'll
I
do
was
it.
about to say, we'll leave it to the strong people.
Okay.
I will go down with this ship.
Are we going to tie a rope to him just before he goes down, just in case
Yes.
he snaps?
It's too
I
late.
thought we'd already done that.
Oh yeah, you said
He
you
is
were.
all tied up, ready to go.
He did
Yeah.
say he was getting saddled up and stuff.
All
so-
strapped up and ready to go.
Yep, you are winched down. Kabloom.
Down. Kick it down.
The bucket submerges with you in it.
Does it smell grapey?
How long are we down?
Yet you are now in the water. No
Does
longer
it-
supported by the bucket.
Is it alcoholic?
The water is not alcoholic.
Piss, it didn't work. Can I see my dagger anywhere?
Give me a investigation check with disadvantage.
I imagine it's gone through the grating.
It's probably fucking disappeared, did it? Oh, fuck off. There's a nat 20 there, but I got a 10, so it's 11.
Do not find the dagger.
Piss. I'm gonna shout up. What do I do now?
What do you see?
Water.
Have you actually had a fucking look around yet?
You don't see anything because it's pitch black.
Shake
It's
the
a
jar!
bit too dark. Oh yeah, shake the jar.
You shake the jar and the fireflies alight. You look around, you can see a kind of 5-foot diameter stone brick built well. The water is murky in colour.
Murky key.
And you look down, and even if you hold the jar under the water to try and illuminate a little bit, you can see the grating, as Ava pointed out. It looks like the grating is in a kind of 4-foot by 4-foot kind of square-ish, like off. It's not quite straight square, but shaped cut out with bars across it. Under the
Does it look
water.
like there's any kind of lock or mechanism on it?
Give me a perception check with disadvantage.
16.
There does appear to be some kind of lock. It's not like a conventional gate, but there seems to be some kind of...
Is it within arm's reach?
You'd have to submerge. If you're floating
Fuck
on
it.
the surface of the water, you've got to go 2-3 feet under the water to get to the lock.
In for a penny.
Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Here come the shit rolls again. 6.
You start to feel a little intoxicated.
Is it wine?
It's vodka.
It's not wine.
Oh shit.
You start
Is
to
that
feel
me?
a little intoxicated.
Is it before I go under?
Nope, just generally sitting there.
Start to feel drunk. Okay. I'm gonna go down and undo the lock.
Yep, you head under. What is your Constitution modifier?
1.
You can hold your breath for 1 minute.
Cool. That's enough to try and pick a lock. I would like to pick the lock.
Give me a thieves' tools check.
That would be a 30.
Yeah, you pick the lock, or you pick what you can determine to be a lock. You don't hear anything because you're underwater, but you feel what you would imagine be a number of pins in place, and as you're feeling with your tools, you can't feel any more pins that might need to move.
Is it like a padlock sort of thing, or like a
It
keyhole?
seems to be kind of built into one of the bars.
Right. As I apply pressure to the barrel to try and turn a supposed keyhole lock thing, can I push it, pull it?
As you finish fiddling with your tools and you try to put them away, you then grab hold of the bar and it feels loose.
As in loose up or loose down? Can I pull it towards me to
Loose.
open it, or can I
Yep.
push it down to open it?
You pull it and the bar comes off in your hand.
Just a single bar.
Mhm.
Can I touchy-feely
You're running
rest
out
the
of
bar, see
air.
if there's locks on there? Fuck it, let's go up for air then.
Go up for air. Give me another Constitution saving throw.
Ducky dice, don't fail me. That's 6 plus 1 is 7.
You're feeling drunk now.
What, like pissed?
Well,
Or
like you know, yeah, you've had a few wines.
Not like pissing yourself in camp.
No,
sort of
not,
person.
not like piss yourself, fall asleep, but you're drunk now.
Okay. Go down and try and do some more bars. Fuck it.
Okay, you go back under. You have
When in
a
Rome.
give me an investigation check. Because you have a bit of a
8.
touchy-feely. I mean, even with an 8, you kind of jimmy your hand up and down all the way around, and on the inside of one of the other bars, you find a little hole.
Can I twist it so it's up for easier access, or does it not twist?
Does not twist.
Okay. I'm going to try and thieves' tools from underneath then.
Yep. Give me a thieves' tools with disadvantage because it's facing an awkward way and you are drunk.
15.
Takes a little bit longer. You feel like you're running out of air soon, but you do the similar pinning and you get to the same point as you did prior.
Go yank the bar off up for air.
Bar comes out. You go up for air. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
8. We're
You
going up by
are-
1 every time.
You are now pretty fucking drunk.
Do I
been
feel
a
like I
few
need to
minutes
empty my
now,
bladder
hasn't
in my pants?
It's been yeah, like he's been down there 2 gasps for air, so he's like 3 minutes down there with no noise.
You okay down there?
Yep.
What's
Yeah,
going on?
yeah.
Can I do it? I'm going to have to insight that. Does he sound normal or does he sound drunk? Because it's hard to tell with Zeron.
Insight.
Ooh, 19 plus 2?
Yeah, 21.
7, sorry.
His normal demeanor. Yeah, I mean that for the yep. You know, he just shouted yep, but
You don't sound right.
There was a hic at the end of it.
yep.
Gonna turn to Elder. Should we bring it back up?
Do you want to come back up?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get in the bucket.
Can I find the bucket? Can I see the bucket? Is the bucket there?
Give me an investigation check.
Just a normal one?
Yeah.
9.
Can't find the bucket.
Fucking hell.
Where's the bucket?
I winch it a little bit so it makes noise on the water.
You winch it a little bit, and from below the surface, the bucket comes to the surface.
Can I see the bucket now?
Yeah, you can feel the bucket now, yeah.
I'm gonna kind of like go through and kind of lay on the bucket.
Okay. You feel the winch kind of get stiffer. There's a bit of resistance.
I start to slowly winch him up.
Okay.
Just, slowly
Pulling
bring
his
the
arm.
rope back up. Yeah.
Yeah. Zaron, give me a dexterity saving throw.
Fuck.
Is the well actually turning into wine?
The well's not turned into wine. I think the rope's fucking snapped.
Oh, it's got you and the water in it now,
Dex
hasn't it?
save, just a straight deck save, yeah?
Yeah, dex save, yeah.
Oh, fuck off. That's right, I can re-roll one, can't I?
Yeah.
Because I'm a halfling.
Halflings!
Oh, God. 12.
12, you fall out of the bucket.
Is that it?
Horak, the bucket goes very slack. Haldir and Oron, the rope goes very tense very quickly and starts to slide through your grasp.
Hold fast,
Two
Thomas!
hands.
Hold fast!
Just out of interest, where
Yep.
did you tie the rope around Zeron?
Maybe cross around it? Like,
Waist?
how would you
Like
tie
a-
up a
like a-
child?
Like a harness.
I was going to say, I would
How would you
probably
do
sort of like go. Sorry, chat. I'd probably just sort of like go, bollico, like a harnessy thing. So,
Like a
like
mankini.
Like he's about to have a go on the zip line.
sort of like so.
I like the sound of that.
It's,
Yeah, okay.
it's nice and secure.
So, but are we leading from the back or from the front? Because it's going to depend whether he's face down, drooping, or like starfish.
Well, it's whatever way you laid on the bucket.
When I went down, it probably would have been front up. So yeah, I guess Zeron's kind of just starfish in this well.
Probably would have been right at the back of the. That's where we would have had it connected, ultimately.
All right,
Pressing
Zeron's
back.
face down.
Face down, starfish.
Face down.
Okay, so as you fall out of the bucket and then the rope goes tense as they grab it, you do take, oh fucking hell, max roll. You get 4 points of bludgeoning damage as you slam into the side of the well.
Oh, you bitches!
Wasn't us, it was the rope.
I'm gonna break a Pringle. I'm gonna winch the water bucket all the way up and empty it out and set it back down empty.
Oh, for God's sake!
No, don't.
Slowly.
Keep some water.
I'm about to take some fucking bludgeoning damage from water falling on your feet now.
No, I'm pouring the water on the floor, not back down the well.
Okay.
Keep the water. Just help us pull him up.
Yeah, just help us put him up for now.
Yeah, I won't make you roll between the three of you. It's a little bit awkward, and Zeron's kind of just just dragged up the side of the well. As you reach the surface, give me one more Constitution saving throw.
14.
14, you don't get any more drunk, but you are pretty fucking drunk. Like, 3 wineskins drunk.
That's almost piss in pants territory.
Almost. Bladder saving throw.
Not pissed pants yet. But pants are wet,
As
so
he
wouldn't
gets to the
notice.
surface, his eyes are rolling. He's probably dribbling a little bit.
Just gonna slap his face. They're on.
I think it worked.
I fucking told yous!
Didn't taste like.
Bring the water up. Let's see if the water's actually wine.
I bring up the water that I didn't end up pouring on the floor.
Yeah,
Give it
water,
a sniff.
water comes up. It's water.
They're on. What's that to you?
It's water.
What?
In the bucket.
I don't know. Water?
Just gonna stick a finger in and taste it.
It's a little bit musty, but it's water.
Splash in Zaren's face.
You get dashed with water.
Accidentally on purpose let go of the bucket.
It's
Water,
a
then
briny
bucket.
now.
I'll say with the dashing, it knocks a little bit of the drunkenness off. It kind of alerts you a little bit, but you're still pretty drunk.
What did your halfling eyes see?
Not a fucking lot. I got this though.
Now, you didn't stipulate, well, I was going to say you didn't stipulate it, but I imagine you would have kept that under the bars.
Who
I got
locks up
these.
well?
It's probably not actually a full well. Maybe it's something else a bit further down. Something, I don't know. There's more bars. Probably big enough for me. You're not too big. Firefly's good.
Right, so we figured out fucking magic exists. Man's pissed.
What exists?
Magic.
What the fuck is magic?
You know that. Oh, Christ. I'll tell you when you're sober, alright, love.
Mm-hmm.
But it's magic. How else would he wish for something, go down, and then be just passed?
What is that face?
You shot yourself.
I no. Something else has.
One of the kobolds stands up. Sorry.
Clean yourself
Okay.
off, you dirty bastard.
Starts rubbing his ass on the grass nearby.
Maybe not.
That's just me.
It's just there was just a lot of movement in there, and it didn't sound too good. Yeah.
Do we want to continue this investigation, or
What are you investigating? I'll help.
I fear if we send him back in there, he'll probably die.
he's
in
going to be
alcohol.
comatose by the time he comes back up?
Exactly.
I mean, just give me some bread or something. I'll be fine.
Do you know that bread is statistically more likely to kill you than any other wound that you can sustain from adventuring? There's a lot of crap in bread.
That's fucking wonderful, Haldir, but I did not fucking ask.
yeah, he's definitely wankered. He's not just putting it on.
Is there any chance of
Yes.
some fucking sustenance? I don't think I've eaten since the fucking crocodile.
Yeah, I'll crack out a ration and hand it to him.
Oh, wonderful.
Good job.
Feel like I'm getting a pat on the back.
Even in the good boy treatment, like I've been to the fucking kobolds.
Zeron, sit.
The kobolds are just staring jealously.
Oran pulls it out, and the kobolds are all just like as it goes over to Zeron.
Sit there eating this fucking eating this ration, just to fucking flip it off to one of these kobolds. I've been a good boy. You haven't.
Right, so we've got magically disappearing child. We've got magically massive cock. We've got magically drunk Zeron. It's a hag. It is a hag, and we are fucking with forces that we cannot fathom.
Maybe if I go back down there and drop another dagger in there and say, "I wish it wasn't wine." What would I be not drunk? How does that?
Well, the
work?
thing is, we don't know what he's going to take from you in return.
Well, I mean, it can take my balls, and I'll still be, equal to you guys. It's not much of a problem, honestly. It's not a,
I'm not sure you should have said that.
Well, I don't have any need to make any fucking
How
children.
dare keep him away from the well?
I'm gonna do that, eh? Considering he's still wearing his harness, I'm
It's holding him like a kid.
I'm gonna hold him at
Kiddie rope thing.
yeah.
He's
I'll give
one of
him
them where you
a.
just fucking hold him by the forehead. And he's...
We're just walking down the high street now.
Zeron's
Yeah, I'm gonna
big
give him
day
like
out.
about 2 feet of leeway.
2
Well,
meters,
He's on a fucking retractable lead.
2
Yeah.
feet of slack. He's just sitting on the floor eating a ration. Pretty fucking drunk. We've all been there.
I think we figured something is a bit off with this well. I don't see any point in investigating it further. I think we should leave.
The only other thing that we could possibly do is go down there, see what's behind the bars, but even then, that's a lot of water/wine if you're a Zeron. And I don't think
How
we
do
have
I
the
breathe?
facilities.
How
That
do I
big man.
breathe?
I think I know how wells work, but basically, well, I think what it is there's a huge cavern of water under there, and the grate maybe just to stop people from falling in and disappearing.
Well,
Unless
maybe
you're 4 years
there's
old.
A
wine down
4-year-old.
What if there's wine down there? Or
Been down there for quite a while.
money?
There
Again,
is no money in the world that could convince me to go.
hold it only because you're an elf. I mean, Torres is a half elf. I'll say you can both give me an intelligence check with disadvantage.
Oh, I do not believe in this bullshit.
I got 2 19s, so
A 3. 2 and 1.
what was I
So,
adding to it,
yeah,
sorry?
Oran has no fucking idea. It was just an
Intelligence,
intelligence. Yeah.
Okay. So, 30 20.
Like you've quite clearly become quite convinced of this thing now, and magic has kind of filled your thoughts. And you've probably heard of, like, in these kids' tales and stuff, of the importance of words and specifics on whatever's said.
You'd have thought we didn't learn our lesson from campaign 1, huh?
He said anything that's in the wine, anything in the well becomes wine. That included him. He's turning into a giant water skin of wine.
Yes, that's exactly what I meant.
DM, please give a little bit more of a hint towards what I would have read.
So, like,
we have,
when
we
it
have a
comes
stat block for a wineskin, please.
when it comes to wishing and the likes, you've probably had it mentioned in the past. I don't know. Ooh, be careful when you make your birthday wishes. You've got to be specific on what you say, because if it comes true. The specifics are important. It makes you think about exactly what he said.
Anything
mean-
in the will becomes wine.
Did I
think
not
you
just
just-
say
I
I
think you
wish
just-
it was wine?
I wish this well was wine. Were your exact words?
So you think, yes, that is what he said, and that he didn't stipulate the water in the well was wine. He didn't stipulate, I wish I wish there was wine in this well. He said, I wish the well was wine. And he went in the well, and he came out drunk.
Internet dial-up sound.
Basically, it's anything inside the well. The well is a giant wineskin. If you go into it, you get drunk.
He was breathing alcohol.
Basically, he submerged himself in wine and was breathing wine.
Magic.
Little bishhead.
Magic.
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 Fucking magic, man.
I'm telling you, it's fucking.
I smell a magic, babe.
So Zeran can't go back in the well, otherwise he's just going to get wankered.
Could be any of us. As a test, can I just stick my head into the well and take a good old sniff of it?
Yeah, you stick your head into the well. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's good. Constitution saving throw. 4 plus 13, 17.
Feel fine.
Feel fine. No, I don't think it's that.
But you didn't make the wish. Magic is only going to apply to the
I think it's
person.
only affecting him.
I do. Gonna Zeran.
Yeah.
Move you over to
Just
the well.
dip him in there.
Yeah, just.
Bloop.
Do you want to get a little more drunk, or are you all right where you are?
I like drunk.
That's what I thought.
Good man.
I just put his head in the well a bit and just be like, deep breath, deep breath.
Constitution saving throw.
3.
You throw up, as you are now more drunk.
Ooh, I'm not drunk.
I feel sorry for whoever
Oh, that's
scoops that
definitely
out.
hit him.
So take that as a
You hear the chunks hit the water
yum.
of the ration that he's just eaten.
I'm just gonna point down at him and just go, well,
He's now visibly just sweating.
magical well.
He's been in Rosie's till closies. He's had a night of the shit.
He's pissed and thrown up in the plant pots upstairs. I feel like it's a magical well, and then there's a hag, and this shouldn't exist.
I think we should leave.
Leave what?
On the swamp.
The swamp.
What are you doing in my swamp?
This is the part where we run away.
I agree.
I can't run.
Come on, if
I'll
you're
carry him.
good in the morning, I'll make waffles.
And his backpack. So we don't fucking leave it at the well.
Oh yeah, please fucking bring back the
Yeah, Horak picks up Zeron and all of his shit. make your way back to the village?
Yes.
Is Haldir thinking of something?
Yeah.
I shall wait for you to tell me what you're doing. Horak picks up Zeron and Zeron's bag.
I'll be right behind you, boys.
Oh no.
He's going in.
Oh no.
He's doing it.
He's gonna make a secret wish, sneaky bastard.
No.
I wish the hag was dead.
I start to
canon?
pray.
Okay.
And I grasp...
Have you all left? Are you all making your way back to the village?
I'm doing whatever somebody's
Well, yeah.
fucking doing for me, mate, because
Yeah.
I'm fucked.
I think Zeron hasn't got a choice what he does at the moment.
He's like, fireman's lifted. Taking him back to the car.
I will say, being fireman's lifted, Zeron, whilst tremendously drunk, and only because you've got a high passive naturally, I'll give you a perception check with disadvantage to see Haldir.
Oh, well, it's quite good that I've got quite nice fucking. I rolled 2 7s. Plus 10 is 17.
So, what you make of it in your drunken state, I shall leave to you, but you will see whatever Haldir is about to do. As you were, Haldir.
On thy knees, I will grasp the little symbol that was given to me. And I start to pray to our dearest ape lord,
Monkey.
King of Kong, Wunt.
Doddy Kong.
Do you want me to do the whole prayer, or do you want me to skip past that bit and...
Tell me what you say.
I call out to Wunt. I'm not going to do it in a Scottish accent, I'll fuck it up. I call out to Wunt. May he hear me atop his throne. May his eyes allow me to see clearly in the darkness. May his breath of icy winds point me along the right path. May his warm embrace protect me from the coldness we must endure, and may his strength empower me onward. May my faith and my prayer empower him that he may aid others, and I thank him for his life and the next. And I'll do the eyes closed, bow, head, fist placed on the chest, fingery biggy, and then I will ask him for guidance.
Okay. And that is where we will go for a break.
Plus 1d4 to your next attack roll.
Thank you all for partaking in our journey thus far into the swamp.
Am I Sherlock Holmes or am I a mad conspiracy theorist? That is the real question.
Haldir returns with a tinfoil hat.
This fucking monkey!
Hell dear.
Monkey's all the way down.
So yes, we will be back. What time is it now? 10 to 7. If we call it 1:15, gives us just under half hour. Get some food, drink, go for a pee poo poo, and we will see you in a little while. Be back soon, everybody. I hope you all come back. Have a good break. Love you, bye. Oh, before we go, I remembered this time, just as I went, because I saw the sponsors thing. So first of all, for those of us, is it sponsors or sponsor? Yes. Terrafae Fantasy RPG streams are sponsored by the following awesome folks. Go check them out. Roll 4.
New products added as soon as I'm not lazy.
Bosh. Where's me? Get me Roll 4 sponsor hat on. Yeah, Roll 4.
Oh.
Roll4.uk. Use code AHOYFAM for 10% off your order for all your dicey needs. We also have an upcoming event in a couple of months. Was it just charity? No, it was something else, wasn't it? Was it heavy charity? It was!
Or you just...
Yeah, so join us in supporting Heavyweight RPG in their charity event. In a couple of months, both myself and Biggie, who is not here today, we are partaking as players in this year's annual Heavyweight RPG event for charity, where we will be playing D&D 12 hours a day for 5 days, a 60-hour D&D week-long Whammer Slammer in aid of a wonderful cause that's close to many of our hearts. Again, I won't get too deep into it because I don't want to get emotional. But yes, a pledge that I made on behalf of the Ahoy fam. Any donations made by members of the Ahoy fam, I will match them pound for pound. So any spare pennies that you all have will ultimately be worth twice as much in donation. The donations are open, and my pledge will be ongoing until the end of the week long. So much love to anyone that can find any spare pennies to support. But yes, now that I've spoke of it this time, after forgetting last time, we will go for our break. We will see you all very soon. Bye-bye. Hi, everybody. We are back.
Hi,
We are.
Dr. Peach.
Hope everyone enjoyed their break as I finish mine. My omelette.
What you got in your omelette?
Cheese.
Omelette du fromage.
Jeez.
I'll put some spinach in it.
Spinach.
Spinach is not
Just
fucking
out-
shit.
out
I would
my
eat that
omelette maker.
out of the bag.
Spinach in an omelette.
So,
Weirdos.
you return as you all venture forth towards the village. Zeron drunkenly looking over the shoulder of Horak in a fireman's lift, watches Haldir take to a knee, seemingly grip something that he probably pulled out of his shirt or pulled out of a pocket,
Or someone else's pants.
and seems like he's talking, deep in thought. Even with your high passive, unfortunately, whilst you've seen it happen, you've got no idea what the fuck's going on because you are pissed. Unless you're about to say something.
I have a feature.
He has a feature, everybody. He has a feature. Tell me, young Zeron, what is your feature?
If you can see a creature's mouth while it is speaking a language you understand.
Aha! So, because
And you see straight though.
because feats are cool, and despite being fucking pissed, only because you have that feat, you do in fact notice, while I start to imbibe my creme caramel, you see Haldir is in fact praying to Wunt.
Monkey.
Haldir,
Hello.
it hath been a number of weeks since you disappeared off on your own on a private adventure in Coleraine Village. The details of which do you still wish to keep private, or at this point does it not matter as much? Okay, so it has been a couple of weeks since your private adventure, the details of which may come out in play. But given that time passage, and despite conversations and investigations had, this is actually the first time you've properly sat down and meaningfully recited the full prayer. You then asked for guidance. And you sit for 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Nothing happens.
Please.
You sit for a minute. 2 minutes pass. A gust of wind blows through the swamp. It seems to linger around you and just gives you a small little chill and then dissipates as quickly as it came.
Still grasping the amulet. I stand and look into the well. Then I'll look up again and just go, how do I defeat this evil that should not exist? I look back down at the well. Fuck did I know?
If it is divine advice that you seek in the moment, you don't seem to be getting any.
I still love you. Look at well. Look at house. Follow the others. Not do anything drastic.
You all venture back into the village to see Ava and Jack hanging out by the cart. They wave and they nod. Jack kind of gives it one of them at distance.
I'm going to put Pisshead on the cart.
Yeah, you head over to the cart. Jack looks down. Oh dear. Still finding time to get drunk even when in the middle of a swamp.
I didn't get drunk. Drunk got me.
Right.
I'm going to relay the happenings of the well to Jack and Ava.
I will say that they both nod and then just think about it because I don't want to give any kind of reaction or opinion that I do not know.
Well,
they take on board what you've said and look like they think about it.
I'm going to go have a little goose around my cabin, see if there's anything that might jog my memory or anything.
Okay.
Or if there's anything that we missed when we were in there first time.
One thing that you do feel before you go away, as you re-enter the village, Haldir, you see all of your friends gathering at the cart. As Haldir approaches Horak, when he gets within 5 feet of you, you just feel a little very minor pang of warmth that just makes you instinctually look towards him. Don't know why. It just happens in the moment, and then as quick as it comes, it's gone. And then you make your way to the cabin.
You're...
give me an investigation check and an I'll say history check. As you approach your cabin, you get that familial feeling again. That's
12 on investigation. And an 8 on history.
So, again, it's thematic, the shit roll. You just can't seem to remember anything. The things that you've told, that's like walking into a random house and someone telling you that it's your house. It's like, but it's not though. But you can't help but have that. Maybe there is some truth in things that have been told. These people clearly know who you are. These people seem to all think that you belong here and this is where you are from. So for whatever reason, however it may have happened, it seems to be becoming more and more apparent that you've got some kind of amnesia going on. Or have you? Maybe it's all lies. And you kind of, these thoughts cross your mind as you're looking around your cabin, like you don't know what to think. How much truth is in it? People seem to be referencing things that you've heard out on the road. So unless news travels fast, maybe there's something to it. With the investigation, you look around the cabin once more, and apart from the beds, the sickles, the empty cupboard, you get down on your knees and you look under your bed, or the beds, and underneath one of the beds, I say your bed, you don't necessarily know which is which, but you look under the beds and you see a small glint. You kind of push one of the beds out of the way and head underneath the other one, and you reach under, you pluck it out, and it is a ring. A black metal with a silver-looking inlay on the top, kind of like a signet ring with a flat top. And on the front of it is a picture of 2 horns.
I'm just going to pocket it. Yeah, I leave. Go back out to everyone else. And keep the ring a secret.
What will you do, Red One?
Find my brother.
You hear them mutter to themselves and look a little bit glum as kobolds can look. You hear them mutter, he's leaving again. Will he come back? What will happen? The lady will be mad. The one that asked the question just looks up. Okay.
Okay.
On my head. And go on to cart.
You head over to rejoin your colleagues at the cart.
I don't suppose this ring is any like specific kind of ring, is it? It's just a box standard ring.
Right now, it is a signet ring with horns on.
I like the right now part.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a ring, right? With horns on. Is it your ring? Is it Dramus's ring? Who knows? It's just a ring.
Daddy's ring.
Here we go then.
Don't have to tell me twice, says Evelyn.
Sleep.
Honk shoe, honk shoe, honk shoe.
Honk shoe.
Me.
Yeah, honk. Me.
As you all hoss up, not forgetting, of course, that Jack has hoss, as does Horak.
Yeah.
And the rest of thy on the cart.
Armadius.
The cart is 5-point turned. No, it's wide enough. You turn around. Bobbin walks out, kind of tries to catch your eye, Horak.
I stop and wait for him.
He walks up. He gives your horse a bit of a stroke.
Dirty boy.
Dirty boy.
I kick him in the head. Get off him.
will be too long now, Orak. Whatever you decide to do, it's up to you. You live your life. Don't forget whatever the ladies say. Just think on that and what it could mean.
I just nod and give Horse a little
Yeah.
little back heel to get going.
Robin
mate.
steps back and turns away from you. Whilst if you're coming from this side of him, whilst you'd think maybe take a couple of steps back and watch you go, he turns away. So you all kind of leave that way, you know what I mean? So he kind of doesn't catch your gaze. Just walks back to the village. Zeron, I will say, despite still being pished with your passive perception, as you look back towards the village, you wouldn't necessarily know because you weren't part of the conversations, but out of one of the cabins towards the back that appears to have washing hung up, you see a little boy run out of the door and run round the back and go out of view.
Now we got ghosts.
But we didn't see that.
You didn't see that.
So he's still not alive.
Spooky.
You don't know he is alive or not.
So you
Heck, I don't even know if
all
he's alive or not.
start to venture back through the swamp. As you reach the outskirts of the village, Horak, you notice that familial feeling leaves. You return back to a normal feeling. As you kind of maybe instinctually look over your shoulder, you see that none of the kobolds are following. They're all just kind of stood in a line on the outskirts of the village, just watching. Oh, cheers, Doug. Where to? What's the plan now, boys? Says Evelyn.
I don't know.
Fine,
Fine.
brother.
Borat brother and
I've already forgotten his name, and he's my brother.
Ramus.
Darren.
Okay. Oh no, that's Ramus, isn't it?
Dramus.
Close enough.
Ramus.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you said that you would have a link with him. Have you just thought about him really hard and...
I mean, I can try. Starts to think really hard.
Little fart comes out.
You sit and you start to think really hard.
I'm almost like meditative state on the back of Armadius.
Armadius. Okay. You start to think. Wee. Go on, Abe, lad.
Yibble.
Fucking hell, that's some years ago, isn't it?
It's a strange feeling. That familiarity you felt in the swamp. You sit and you think meditatively. And you guys see Horak sat on the back of Armadius. Eyes closed, just trotting along. Armadius almost following the path. Give me a wisdom saving throw, Horak.
Eesh. 5.
A 5. You sit and you think about Dramus. And it almost feels silly at first. Just sat there thinking about perhaps another tiefling, another being, given the very limited knowledge. I think, were you privy to the conversation of the description of the appearance?
I don't think so.
Well,
This was in one of the guild houses, wasn't it?
I think it might have even been Oleg's friend talking about the bounty. Oh no, there was a bounty with a crude drawing. Yeah, it was in the guild house. Yeah, so you were there. Yeah, so you think hard, and even that kind of shit bounty poster sketch of another tiefling with 2 horns.
Bring a stick man with horn.
Yeah, long black hair. You feel a kind of pain in your side. Fuck. You kind of put your hand on your side, but still keep your eyes closed. But it makes you look over your shoulder, and with your eyes closed, you turn, and your vision changes from black, with your eyes closed, to that of a very clouded, blurry vision of a forest. Trees rushing past you. And then...
Swear to God, if this is Big Axe Forest.
and then the vision stops. You see, blurred still, 2 red hands placed on a tree, as if your vision is looking past the tree. You see a figure approaching, silhouetted, and then you see a blade reach out, as if it was from your vision first person, to stab towards this silhouetted figure. And the one slightly clearer part of this vision is that on the thumb of this hand that reaches out is a matching black ring. And then your vision snaps back to yourself.
Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. And I fly away. I'm gonna put the ring I found on the matching thumb and try again.
Okay. You put the ring on your thumb. You close your eyes and you start to think. Give me another wisdom saving throw.
Fucking hell. 4.
4. You feel another pain on your side, and with your vision, your eyes closed, you reach your hand up, but you can still see blurred. You can see your hand is covered in blood. You look around in this vision, trees, a bloody handprint where you're stood. You look down to see a silhouetted figure, bloody, and then your vision fades again.
I don't really feel like I've gained much from this. Other than something works. I'm going to say nothing for now and just keep following the path through the forest.
Okay. Yeah, what will be the general heading? Like, what's the plan? Where are you going in general? You can just head in direction for as long as you should please, but have you got a destination in mind, anyone?
Well, I mean, all of the any of the signs we've had of another tiefling, they've all been up north. Like the drawing from what we can assume is Tecton at fucking Fairbanks Manor was obviously in Fairbank Manor. And then Oleg and that were up at... No, not Oleg and that. It was the guild house in Coleraine village, wasn't it? Where we heard that shit, so...
While you are thinking that, give me a history check.
5.
5.
I've got all. Take your fucking dice back.
Yeah. Even with a 5, despite the vision being tremendously blurry, the trees that you were in the vision didn't look like those Triple C thick boys from the far north. But there's trees fucking everywhere, so... I suppose, if anything, you could probably rule out the far north. And I suppose, in fairness, they didn't look like they were covered in snow, so the far north and the west, I suppose, could be ruled out from those visions.
So
What
it
else
could
is
be
the...
literally anywhere else. You've got the other
And-
3/4 of the
Well,
country
yeah,
to choose
and
from.
for further clarity, even with a 5, they didn't look like the Triple C thicks, they didn't look like they were covered in snow, and they didn't look swampy.
So it's
So,
going to be Fairbank.
Fairbank.
Did the silhouette have a
I
big axe?
swear to fucking God. I was right, wasn't
it did not have a big axe.
I?
Dramus's big axe. Dun dun dun. Dramus's tecton. Dun,
Turns out his full name is Dramus the Axe.
Horax.
I
Oh,
do feel like
no.
Tecton might be the one doing him in at the moment in my visions, but...
Horak
Never
the
know.
Hammer. Dramus
The big
the
axe.
axe. Somebody write that down.
Does Daddy use?
Okay, I will...
Did anyone pick up on the
I
name
will-
of Daddy, by the way? I know it was...
Ghast?
I've already
Gast?
forgotten it, so... Oh, he's them fucking white screamy twats from Minecraft.
Grast.
Right.
Grast. Demon Lord. Grast?
I piss off. Are you for real?
What?
Have I just Googled something and stumbled?
Oh, I don't know. What?
Now you've got me curious, but I don't want to give myself
Yeah, don't.
information that Horak wouldn't have.
Don't. Yeah, don't.
Yeah, I'm just going to tell the rest of the group about the visions and the trees, and that they're likely not far north or far west. Or far south.
It's not spelt grassed.
Doesn't matter
I'm
how
just
it's
going to say whilst everyone else does research, aren't I?
You beautiful fucker. Oh dear. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, so
It's just
to apologize, Horak, as you were, you relay the information from what your visions.
Yeah, and I'm also going to let them know that he seems to be in trouble.
Sorry, have you explained to us everything
Yeah.
that you saw in your vision?
Europe.
I'm still pissed.
As you are traveling through, like, we'll say by the time you get to the end of the swamp, it's going to be approaching the end of another day. Now you've left the area of the vicinity of, you are rapidly sobering up.
Oh, I see. Ooh,
All right,
fucking hell.
do you have that ring? Is the ring familiar?
It's got horns on it. That's the only thing I recognise. And he was wearing it in my visions.
Who was wearing?
Brother's name I've forgotten again. Dramus.
Was it him? Or was it you?
can't be too sure. I mean, he was using a sword. I would never, so I can only assume.
Yeah, it couldn't be me. It was not a hammer.
What is this heresy?
So we fear that Dramus may have killed someone.
Well, in the visions, I saw blood on my own hands after reaching back to a sharp pain in my back / side, whatever bitch said.
Are we still moving at the minute?
Yep. Travelling northwest, I suppose, following the path that you came in. The familial blub of the pond gases. The odd danger rope slithering along the ground. Armadius boots one at one point. Fuck yeah.
He stomps his fucking head. Can I jump from cart to back of horse?
Red Dead style.
You can give me an acrobatics check. With disadvantage because you're not quite sober.
And I certainly can.
Just got to flop off the back and we'll leave him behind.
Just misjudge the timing.
He's that small that he doesn't make much noise when he hits the floor as well.
Jump sideways instead of forwards and sideways.
12 and a 9. So 9 plus 7 is 16.
Yeah. It's not the smoothest of deft leapages from cart to horse, but you do make it and grip onto the flank of Horak as you land on the back to try and stop falling off.
Horak, I need to check something.
Go ahead.
Start pulling his shirt up at the back.
Well,
I sort of look under my arm like that, a bit confused.
Not here now.
He said about a fucking stab wound on his back, so I'll have a look.
Yeah,
watch your hands.
You pull up the shirt. There's nothing there.
It wasn't you who got stabbed then.
I think I'd have felt it a little bit more if it was me.
But you've forgotten an awful lot of what happened before you met us.
That's fair.
I mean, this shadowy figure, did it have any kind of resemblance to you? Was it humanoid even?
Which one are you talking about? The one that my vision stabbed, or?
Yeah, the one that was stabbed in the vision.
Absolutely no discernible details. Just age.
Other than the red hands were the only thing I could recognize, and that was of me, not the person I'd lunged at when stabbed. But I say me. But from mine eyes, POV, you're a sneaky boy in the woods.
I don't know. I don't know where to look. I don't know where to begin.
Well, the thinking is working, and
I guess
next time we stop to rest, I can perhaps try and focus a bit more and give it another go.
Okay. I don't know if we're planning on stopping. We're gonna have to stop at some point.
What's the time, Mr. Wolf?
Jack says, by the time we get out of the swamp forest, it will be, the sun will have gone down. So we either continue through the night or we find somewhere to camp and then decide on a direction in the morning. But we are essentially in the middle of nowhere and we haven't got your little koboldy friends to watch over us now.
Maybe it's best to stop in the forest. A little bit of cover.
Yeah.
Between myself, Evelyn, and Haldir, we could probably keep the full night's watch as we normally do, but
Okay, yeah.
I just remember we should have that jar of shit with us as well, so we'd have to go somewhere to get that sorted or looked at. I say in character.
I think the nearest places are, of course, the King Village, but I don't think anyone really wants to go back there unless we have to. Then it'll be Sinclair Village. Or back up to Fairbank, but that would have to go, again, back past Big Axe's Forest, and that's at least a week and a half away from here.
Ignore the kings, go for the one who I can clearly remember the name of.
Sinclair.
Yes.
Okay. Assuming we've stopped at the edge of the forest, gonna get off Armadius and just start setting up camp.
Setting up camp. Setting up the camp.
I guess I can try and help.
Yeah, by this point, it's that you've been travelling for the remainder of the day. You are no longer intoxicated.
You can carry the tent pegs for me.
Yeah, that's more where I was going. Like, I'm probably not man enough to be carrying tents. And like,
no hangover, no lingering effects, no sickness, no dehydration. You're just no longer drunk as if you'd never drunk before.
Cool.
Orin.
Between you all, unloading the cart, setting up the wee tentages, or are you just going for bedrolls and bushes?
Set up the tent.
Yeah, go for the full swag.
Yep, build yourself a little campsite.
We out of the swamp yet?
You're on the just before you leave the forest. Are you just on the edge of the swamp forest?
Less dense swampage, but still in the trees.
Are there any of those snakes around?
Not with an immediate look, but who knows throughout the night whether any of
That can be the responsibility of the meditators.
Yep, so given the absence of the others, despite having a split watch for the purposes of mechanics, the watch rolls will fall to our resident meditator himself, Mr. Haldir, for the night. Could you give me the first watch roll, please?
Yes.
Yes, Queen.
Perception with disadvantage, given the lackage of 2 eyes.
Well, that's gonna be a little bit. Bear with me. I seem to have closed my character sheet for some strange and apparent reason. Perception at disadvantage will be a 10.
All seems clear.
Seems.
No danger noodles bit me, so if they're biting you, that is a different issue.
Zeron is half imbibed.
That's a funny looking bedroll.
Yeah.
Wait, he wrapped himself in hempen rope.
Second watch, also at disadvantage for Blind Jack. Please, Haldir.
Oh, sorry, am I doing it for him?
Yeah.
I don't know what his pluses are, but I have a 10 on the roll.
I don't know what his pluses are either.
I'll find out.
Jack!
Oh yeah, right in my plussy.
Right in my plussy to perception.
Did you say it is to
He
perception?
is a +7, so 17.
17. Jack sitting deep in thought of the events that have transpired in Swampy Village.
Swamp.
Looks out. Looks across his friends, all camped. Does spot
Makes a run for it.
yeah. Does spot a danger noodle, and I'm not even going to make rolls. With relative ease, as it approaches
Bonks on the
camp,
head.
dispatches it.
Gives it the Shrek treatment. Uses it as a balloon.
A goose. But the rest of the watch goes unhindered. We'll have one more watch for Avalyn. Keeping a lookout. Just flat roll. Yeah. Flat roll perception.
Just flat roll. There's a 19 on the dice.
Plus stuff.
Plus.
Yeah. 5, I think.
Plus fuck knows.
She does notice a solitary kobold
It's the one I've been feeding.
trying to hide, keeping his distance, being a gilly bush. But as much as gilly bushes go, for someone with eagle eyes, could just about make out the difference between the long grass and some long grass that shouldn't be there. But she doesn't react. But she will tell you all in the morning. Which comes to you all after a long rest. Recover your 4 lost hit points from headbutting at the inside of a well, Zeron.
Bang!
But yeah, in the morning, Avalyn points out the I can't believe it's not grass, which hasn't moved for quite a while and isn't moving, even as you all look over. I think we've
I'd
made a
like
friend.
To walk up to it.
Yeah? You walk up to it. You head
Can
over.
Can I see exactly where it is? Do you want me to roll for it?
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
Just go for a piss in the bushes and see if it moves when you piss on it.
Oh, 19 plus 1, dirty 20.
Dirty 20, you head over to the patch of long grass, which Avalyn pointed out. As you approach, paying attention, especially with your high passive and with the investigation, you can see very, very subtle, slow breathing motions coming from a small bush.
Can I grab the bush?
You reach out and grab the bush, and as you do, 2 little legs poke out. And a sheepish, shy little kobold kind of tries to play dead in the bush, Gilly, and just goes limp.
Stiff. You don't need to hide. Come and join us.
Slowly peeks one eye open.
One eye open when I'm sleeping.
One
Eye. Kind of tries to wiggle its legs a little bit. I mean, you wouldn't have lifted the whole fucker up. You just kind of It kind of.
No, I was trying to like. I assumed that it was more like a blanket than an actual ghillie suit, so I was just gonna like lift it.
Oh right, no, he's like
Just
in the
roll
ghillie
it.
suit, so you kind of lift it a bit to So he kind of stands up.
Man, the fucking legs on this geese. He's just been fucking squatting there the whole night.
And
Come.
follows you back to camp. Immediately assumes position 15 feet away from Horak.
I'm gonna beckon him closer.
Found one of your little friends.
Comes 10 feet.
Well, will I recognise it as the one I've been feeding for being a good boy?
Yes.
Yes, mate!
You got a friend.
I'm gonna give him the rest of the ration that I picked a bit off and gave him for the fireflies.
Nom, 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 nom. Maybe help find Dramus, Red One.
Yes, you can help.
The others don't know I've left.
Yes, mate. Do you have a name?
Kind of tilts his head and thinks. We don't really have names. We don't really need them. We just do things. As a group, usually.
What should we refer to you as?
Obi.
We can't exactly call you little one. We have one of those.
Turns with a big toothy grin and looks at Zeron.
All right, just for reference, is he taller than me?
About similar size.
Okay.
He's just clearly confused and doesn't really know what to say.
Think on it. And then I'm just gonna go back to eating my scran around the fire as well.
Brecke.
Brekkie.
During the night, as you awaken, Jack has prepared the danger rope as a bit of snaky kebab.
Sneaky.
Sneaky.
And then he turns his skin inside out into a fucking water skin to fill with wine.
Just a water tube.
A water belt.
And you see the kobold kind of, whilst maintaining his be close to Horak demeanour, edges very slowly towards the campfire. Come on then, says Jack, and he kind of potters over and pulls a piece off. Nom, 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 nom. Oh, we've got another one. We've got the clown dance. We've got the rat in my kitchen. We've got the El Gato Sanchez, and we've got the kobold noms. No.
I'm starting to think that this was never a D&D campaign. This is just now a TikTok dance.
Yeah, it's the new cha-cha slide. Just sits down and nibbles on the bit of danger rope.
Nope, rope. So where are we off to then?
Can I describe the types of trees I saw in the vision to new friend? Ask him if he recognizes this type of treeness might be.
It's a fucking shout, mate.
I will say, give me a nature check, and this roll will be to determine how well you describe the trees, because it was ultimately a blurry fucking vision.
18.
18, you describe the trees. Not swamp. Not cold. I've not been that far north. Maybe Maybe past kings?
Fuck's sake.
I mean, that is ultimately the only things left anyway. Not swamp, not cold. Everything's got to be past kings because you're in the far south. Could literally be anything above kings, in fairness.
Yeah, but there's still a small chance. Well, I say a small chance. There's 3 wooded areas, not cold and not too far north. So 33% chance we could be seeing Big X. 0.33333333.
Tree, some might say.
Fuck's sake. Well, it looks like I'm going home again. Yay.
Perhaps more people would have some information on another me.
It can't hurt to ask.
Yeah, I don't suppose you really mentioned it to anyone whilst we were there the first time.
I didn't cross my mind, honestly. But I can speak to the guards.
Kings don't like Red One. Kings don't like us.
The kings can fucking do one. What does do
How
one
many
mean?
could there be?
Yeah. What is do one, precious? What is fucking Red One?
You'll find out someday, I'm sure.
And you know, obviously, that these guys, Common is, well, you know, whilst they can speak Common, it's obviously not their native tongue and whatever, so.
Take what they say with a pinch of salt.
Yeah, I guess north is all we've got for now. Before we set off, I'm gonna distance myself from the group. I'm assuming friend is gonna follow within 10-15 feet. I'm gonna sit and try and like hard focus again and be like gonna open a little portal out some bats and the kobold's gonna jump through.
Can I just move to where I can see his mouth? In case he says something. I know it's
Yeah.
Yeah. Just want to go somewhere so I can just look at him so I can lip read.
Yeah.
Can I tell whether these visions are things that are like happening as I'm trying to like do my
No idea.
or no? Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna give one last go before we set off then.
Okay. I will say, give me a wisdom saving throw with advantage. This time that you're now sitting down, taking your time, trying to focus in, not riding on the back of a horse.
18. Oh wait, no. Yeah, 18.
18. You close your eyes. You kind of think about the ring. You focus in. You get that twinge of pain in your back again, and Zeron, you see him visibly kind of lurch. You hear pitter-patter of footsteps come closer to you, Horak, and Zeron, you see the little kobold runs over to like, oh, what's just happened to Red One? But then kind of just keeps his distance and looks and can't see anything, so he's like, the fuck is... Horak, you focus in, and you think, you just try to just Dramus. Don't know who the fuck this is, but everyone says he's my brother. What's going on? And as you're sat with your eyes closed, you've still got that visage of the party sitting in the camp. And then that visage kind of melts away to trees once again, passing through. And it's dark, it's nighttime, and the trees are passing through. You look at your hand, there's blood. The hand goes out of vision and you feel a wince again. Hand comes up and there's more blood. You feel a hand across your chest as if it's wiping. And you can get the sense that they're running. You can almost feel a wind on your face. Zeron, you will see Horak's lips as Horak, you hear in your mind a voice that says, oh, I've got to get away. And whilst you feel like you just hear it, Horak, Zeron, you see him. His mouth says it. And then the vision fades.
No other, like, recognizable scenery or anything? Just the same old trees?
I will say, given that this one was a lot clearer,
Thank you.
You do recognize it as Big Axe's forest. Because you have been there.
Okay.
But to confirm your thoughts of whether it was happening in real time, this vision was nighttime, and it is now, of course, morning. So when these visions are happening, you don't know, but it's confirmed now to not necessarily be real time. Well, not necessarily. It's obviously not real time.
We don't know what kind of timescale it is.
Yep.
Whether it's recent, whether it's like...
I have a new theory. He is Big Axe, but his boys turned on him.
Didn't we see Big Axe?
You didn't see Big Axe.
Horak's big hammer, drums' big axe. Dun, 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 dun.
I'll do this. I'll do the same thing. I'll unvisionize and I'll see Zeron in front of me. I'm assuming, unless he's hiding and trying to look at my lips.
Horak, what were you running from?
I don't know,
You were
but I know where I was.
You know where?
Big Axe Forest.
Oh. Well, it might be where we're going then.
I'm just gonna ask.
If you need to find him, we'll help you find him.
I'm just gonna ask the kobold what he knows of the forest and Big Axe.
When you start to ask about the forest, it looks as if he's kind of goes to be confused, but when you say Big Axe, his eyes kind of widen a little. Lots of people looking for Big Axe. Red One find him? And tilts his head questioningly.
Don't know what he means by that. Is he asking if I found him or if I want to find him?
Well, he's asked questioningly.
Yes.
I can help find Dramus, but I don't know Big Axe.
So you need to do.
Just plumps down on his backside. Just sits.
Just gonna go tell everyone else same thing.
As you leave, he gets up 15 feet away. And he kind of runs, imagine kind of like a velociraptor with the longer legs. Just obviously not as fast or as big, but that kind of forward leaning. As much as it could look like a velociraptor wrapped in a bush.
He's still wearing it, isn't he?
Yeah. He is the bush.
Legend. Here's our shrubbery. That's his name. His name is Shrub. I dub thee Shrub.
Shrub
The barrier.
kind of tilts his head. Okay. If Red One say.
This guy's a fucking legend. I need more. I want to run the swamps. Completely forgot what I was doing now. Oh yeah, telling everyone else about my latest vision, and what I can only assume is Dramus running from someone or something in Big X Forest.
Well, I didn't really want to go back to that place, but I guess we're limited with choices.
I don't think any of us want to go back, Egon, but I think we have to. Well, we don't have to, but it's going to help Auric.
Oh.
It's going to help Auric.
I mean, we've got out of everything else. We'll get out of this one.
He sounds so enthusiastic.
I'm on a suicide mission to the Big X Forest.
I'm just gonna start packing up.
Yeah, Evelyn and Jack help you all pack up.
Is there on the 10 pegs?
Peg bag. Shrub potters up. What if Dramus not want to come home?
We'll deal with that when we get there.
Will we make him? And you just see the ever so slight little grin cracks across his mouth.
We'll see, Shrub.
Just nods. So you pack up the cart. Where are we headed?
The fuck out of here.
Around King Place to other woods, then through it, and then up towards Big X Forest, I suppose.
Yeah. So, looking at the map, it's going to take you a day to get to the forest. And then you've got, say, 1, 2 days. So say 2.5 days to get to Big Ass Forest. The Big Ass Forest.
Oh, goddamn, we're definitely going there now.
Damn.
Bringing that bandit.
Fuck yo, brother. We go into the doubles free forest, man.
So, yeah, you've basically got 2.5 days of journey. If we want to whaps out a couple of training sessions, we can have a think about anything anyone wants to do, say, or achieve whilst on the journey up to Big Axe Forest and how far you want to go towards it.
Over the 2.5 days, can I just sort of work to befriend Shrub some more?
Yeah, we will get through some of that as we go. So, Haldir. 2 D4s, please. Not necessarily at the same time, because we'll get 2 training sessions in on the journey.
A 1 and a 2.
A 1 and a 2. So on the D4s, you don't get the 2 benefit, but you do get one of them. So that'll be 4 gold.
Yeah.
But you've got 1 of your 3 animal handling proficiencies.
Yes.
Boone, 2 D4s.
Double 4.
Nightmare.
Well,
Shithouse. Zeron, a D6 first. See if you pass it.
Ducky dice, don't fail me. It's 1!
1, and then a D4.
Hey.
Ducky dice from roll4.ttg.
Roll4.
Roll4.uk.
Roll4.uk, sorry. Ducky D6 is a D6 and it's got Ducky in it.
Wah.
I can't, it won't show. Got Ducky
It's
in
a
it,
shy
believe me.
duck.
Whack.
Quack.
No, what?
A D4.
D4. 1!
Straight in. And then 4 gold.
Fucking yes, mate.
Or run. A D8.
A 1 and a 7.
Yeah, so just one of them, mate. We'll take the first one
Oh.
because you passed. So a D6.
D6. A6.
So you passed one of them. Knock off 4 gold. And then that is where we are up to for training. You get the vibe, Horak. As much as you say you want to befriend Shrub more, what do you want to do? Because given the interactions you've had thus far, you know, and you get the vibe that these guys will probably do anything up to and maybe even including die for you.
I don't really know how to explain it. I don't know. So I suppose I'll just fucking hang out with him.
Just, I suppose, make him feel welcomed and
Yeah.
not necessarily
that,
just that he wants to be your friend. You are accepting him.
Yeah. And like, hopefully, in the possible eventuality of us having to fight Hag Lady, he's on our side.
Okay. I will say, just for proceedings, give me an animal handling check with advantage.
Very 20.
Dirty 20? Yeah, cool. As I say, you know that these guys are like, couldn't do enough for you. And what I'll say is, given the proceedings over the 2.5 days, he kind of settles in a little bit more and will be a little bit more responsive to others as well, as opposed to just ignoring them and only listening and speaking to you. Not that he's being a little bastard, but you all get the vibe that he's there for Horak. It's not that he's being a cunt to you guys or that he doesn't care. It's just if he focuses on anything other than Horak, something might happen to Horak, so he has to just focus on Horak, you know. But over the course of the 2.5 days, he kind of chills out and warms to the group a little more, feels a little bit more welcome rather than just being a little chode that no one really likes or interacts with.
What weapon does he use?
You've not seen a weapon, but
It'll be a short sword and a short bow.
he does have
honest.
he does have chompers and he does have claws, and fuck knows what he's got in his ghillie suit. No one's asked him, unless you want to ask him.
I'm going to ask him. Like, so how does he fight? How do you fight?
I fight mostly bite and scratch, but sometimes, and out of his ghillie suit, he produces a dagger, which is probably the rustiest fucking dagger that you've ever seen. So even if it doesn't do a lot of damage, being stabbed by that fucker is...
He's going to give him 10.
You're getting fucking summit off it.
Yeah.
I'll give him one of my daggers.
He refuses to take it.
Okay, then you're not having it.
Not in an horrible way, but just... No, I like mine kind of thing.
I'm wondering, do we turn him into mounted cavalry?
Stick him on the back of Boone.
That's the point. Does any of us have like a javelin or a spear he could have, and we could maybe train him
Javelins.
to jab and
Turn him into a
mate.
jousting kobold on a
fucking
direwolf.
wolf dog.
let's turn him into a knight. Get some nice rusty armor for him.
Sir Shrub.
Hold on, do I have a pot that I can give him?
A little pot to put on his head, little helmet.
I thought it did, but I guess I don't. I'll be buying that when we get to the next town.
Some shrub armor. Is
Shrub
there
armor.
anything else that any of you should like to do, say, achieve during these 2.5 days?
I want to know what Hal did wish for.
Yeah, if whatever Haldir did when he stayed behind comes up in conversation.
Hey, so did you do anything whilst before we were leaving the swamp town?
Just looked at a well, you know, just checking out that well.
Give me
What did you wish for?
Give me a deception check. Because Zeron knows that's bullshit.
Darren's not saying a fucking thing.
Yeah, fair enough, but still a deception nonetheless.
Deception. Do I have any negatives on deception? I do not. Let it roll.
Well, I just realised if
You'll never know.
we get enough of these kobolds on our team, they can run our trade
Not
our
20.
trade caravan for us.
We go bold trade caravan.
Unpaid labour.
And that 20 for deception, I don't think anybody's seen through him.
Yeah.
I'm not
22.
even paying attention, to be honest. I'm not
I'll
too
let
fussed.
that one slide.
Look, all I wanted to do was try and see if there was more magic, right?
So I guess you don't do any more praying or anything during these 2.5 days, Haldir.
Oh, I absolutely do.
Oh, so, okay.
But I will guise it as gonna go see a man about a dog. Yeah, I
So-
can't wink. I've got fucking one eye.
But I'm right here.
Blink.
I means I'm having a chat.
Oh, okay.
Whenever
Shit.
Haldir goes for his poop breaks, he turns his poop breaks into prayer breaks. Pray while you poop.
Rare poop.
Gonna send Shrub to spy on him when he poops.
It's like half an hour.
Okay.
Not really.
So I poop.
What's your passive
then
perception,
Sorry.
Haldir?
16.
Cool. You do not notice Shrub coming to watch while you poop. Because he's
The thing is, I am actually pooping, and then I'm spending the rest of the man time. We do actually poop during this. We just watch our phones. For any females watching, it's not what you actually think. The problem is TikToks and X, formerly known as Twitter, are engaging as fuck, and we like to take our time. So I'll have the first 5-minute poop, and then the next 10 minutes pray.
Cool. And you don't notice Shrub watching you do all of it.
He's just gonna come back with a fucking log in his hand, like he did this.
He just comes back with slightly wide eyes, just shaking his head. Why it's so big from new people? I'm some big ass shit.
A kobold's one of those that is just like every now and again, just while they're moving, sort of like mice. They're just letting it.
No, he drops. It's not too dissimilar from a dog. Like he'll go and probably goes and shits with Boone. Just like get Pally with his cavalry.
Like,
Ducking from the,
so
from
while
the
we're
bushes every now and
walking
then.
around, you'll just start crouching.
Yeah. Shaking like a shitting dog.
Oh, for fuck's sake, get a little poo bag out of my pocket.
Some wandering traders. Oh, you gotta pick up your dog shit.
What if I told you we're doing it in the city?
So, where are you headed? Like, how are you going straight into forest? You know, Big Axe Forest. I'll let you guys tell me.
Is there a bunch of Donnies stood at the edge again?
Give me perception checks. Like, so it's
And I
it's like
passively-
it's 2.5 days travel to get to Big Axe Forest. So you've done you've done your 2 lots of training, so you've essentially got this last half a day to plan and figure things out. I don't want to keep asking what you're doing or like suggesting things because I don't want to lead you to anything. So your aim is to head to Big Axe Forest, which is half a day away. I will leave the rest to you to tell me exactly what's happening.
Are we able to come at it from like the west side where the tippy tip is, so there's less woodage for them to be Pooping on his front.
If you should like to do that, it will take you a full day, so it won't be half a day. It'll be the end of that day to go
I'd
further
rather
round.
leave the cart a fair distance away and walk it. The last thing we want to do is go into the forest and then come back and find that our cart's been nicked.
You do also recall that these are a fucking bandit crew.
Hmm.
I'm staying on Armadius.
29
Yeah.
perception.
I'm gonna pitch the idea of approaching from the west side.
However you want to go, we'll do it.
Raising the point that it will take the remainder of the day. Evelyn and Jack agree that that's fine. Okay.
Yerp.
So you head, I suppose, up towards the border. Following the similar, you reach the main roadage that you would have taken on that first journey north from the Sinclair village. You are currently out in the open, so that could be both a positive or a negative. At least you can see anyone coming, but you are ultimately just out in the open. So to get there and then approach the forest, you would be getting there at nightfall. So there's that to consider as well. If you want to do a nighttime approach into the forest.
Did we see anyone like on the late edge as we were
So
approaching?
as you are heading north, if that too it does want to change your decisions, as you are approaching north and planning to go further north, with a 29, Zeron will pick up a couple of glimpses, a couple of shines and shimmers, be they accidental or intentional, of armor on the tree line. Certainly not as many as when you went south a few days ago, but there's still a definite presence.
How much has been going to work, boy? I'm gonna pitch the idea that instead of just trying to brute force our way through and whatever, risking getting mugged, I'm just gonna suggest that I just pay the tax that they took from us last time we were there. Just because
Okay.
I'd rather not die. Yeah, did they not like mug us whilst we were sleeping last time? We were in
Big
there.
axes lot.
Yeah.
You did wake up to find that your wallets had been pilfered a bit, and you took that. I can't remember the exact wording, but I think they left a bit of a note to basically say, we've taken this as a courtesy, as opposed to fully fleecing you or just killing you. That was the kind of vibe. It was like we've snuck into your camp and took a bit of gold off you all. Imagine what would happen if we'd just come at you.
How about fuck off? All right. I mean, if you want to pay them, go for your life. It's just prolonged. Well, I guess we're going to get it back once we ransack the place.
So that's assuming you told us about the geezers on the edge of the woods.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Well,
will
should
have
we just
relayed.
approach them instead of going around then? Because they clearly know we're here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm probably better at looking for them than they are at looking for us. However, that's not to say that they won't notice us on approach.
Looks the rest of group for opinion.
I will go with the crowd.
Well, we don't know if Big Axe's lot have found your brother. For all we know, they could have him. So maybe go and approach them, offer money for safe passage and any information they have on him.
Even if it's just information, I'm
Yep.
I'm willing to pay. It won't damage your guys' pockets.
Here's the thing. If we drive up with you, and they've got your brother, are they going to want you as well?
And if they know we have a lot of money, and we give it to them for safe passage, does that then mean they're just going to then drag us further in and then just rub us blind? These are notorious folk.
If you guys hang back and set up camp, and I will ride up alone and ask for information. And
I'll
send
come
our
as
little
well.
friend in. Yes, you will.
And you going alone with a couple of leaves by your side? You're even more of a tasty captive target.
Oh, do you think that they're likely to follow me out on horseback?
Maybe. I
Maybe
don't know the mind of thieves.
hold off on setting up camp and just wait back, not hang back. If I start returning to you hastily, run.
I like that. That's a good idea, eh?
Where the fuck is that? And then I'm gonna tell Shrub, whilst I have their attention, you try and sneak by. And let me know if you can see if you can find my brother or any sign of him.
Out of the ghillie suit, he produces what looks like a beach shell. It is black. It has carvings all across it in like horns, two scratched in eyes, and around the opening like spikes, like to emulate teeth. He says, loud screamer is loud. If there's trouble, I will blow. And he puts it to his mouth, and just for the very quick toot, he blows it just a toot. And like even just that first toot is just like, you've heard them fucking Amazonian death whistles, haven't you? Yeah, one of them screaming bastards. And even just that first one makes you go, oh, fucking hell. But then he stops it. So if trouble, I blow. Or should I signal something else? If I find Dramus, I blow. If trouble, I blow.
If you find Dramus and he's captured or in trouble, then yes, blow. If not, just return to us with his whereabouts.
So where are you guys now? Are you on that western peak? Like on the road-ish?
I think we did the perception check as we were going up that way, and we decided not to go there when we saw them.
Right,
So
okay.
I'm just going to approach the boys at the edge of the woods.
Yeah, so you're coming from the south with a bit of distance for everyone else. So I suppose if needs be, you could run southwest to Sinclair, southeast to King. I mean, you could try and run north, but you've got to go past the forest.
Yeah.
But,
I already say Sinclair would be safer. It's the land of lawmen, so there's a good chance you'll stumble into a patrol.
we'll call that forest approach. Okay. So you guys ready yourselves, you sit back, you start to relax a little whilst keeping a firm eye out. Obviously you've got, we'll say, a little while to run up. Of course, Evelyn can keep her long-range beady eyes out with her eagle eye. She can see a lot clearer, a lot further, whilst looking for the specific things, so she tracks you to watch for danger. And riding up on armoured Arminius with Shrub following, or on the horse, or what's the plan?
Just have him like off to the side type thing, so that if they look at me approaching, they're not going to see a moving bush.
Okay. Shrub says, maybe I go look for Dramus, or I stay protect you.
You go.
So straight away he just veers away.
I fucking love Shrub.
Oh, you're my best friend.
Shrub's dead.
Our solo big X Forest.
Starts Sauron in the hammer.
Yep.
Thorak just snaps. Okay, so you go on your foresty approach. Give me a perception check, Horak.
19.
19, you can see, as you start to get within a couple of 100 feet, a couple of shines and shimmers of individuals on the tree line. You guess there's about 4 or 5. You've not picked up on any more yet. But thinking back to when you last passed, there was obviously a lot more back then, so fuck knows. You start to toddle up. How close do you get?
Sort of 50 feet-ish, within like shouting distance.
Yeah. You get about 50 feet. As you get closer, these individuals walk from behind the trees, knowing that at this point you're not just a random dude poddling along, you're striding with purpose. Yeah? You lost?
I need information.
Oh, yeah. On what?
My brother. I've got money.
Ah, he's got money, boys. How much?
Enough.
Good answer. So what do you want to know, then?
Can they tell that I am Red Horny Boy from this distance?
I mean, they appear to be giving you the up and down. And you see 2 of them pull out their bows, and then 2 more figures appear from behind trees a bit further in. So there's now 6 of them. So you want to know about your brother? And you're going to what? Pay for information? And then what?
Depending on what information I'm given, I might pay for something else.
Oh, yeah. Bit of business.
Fuck was that?
I'm so erect.
Was that what I thought it was?
Fuck was that?
Is he doing what I think he's doing?
Yeah. He's just offered to pay for something else.
Oh, okay, right, yeah, I'll follow you now.
Go on, then.
Well, assuming if he is here, you're not just letting him stay here. I'd pay for his release.
What do you reckon, boys? Have you seen his brother? Does he look as good as you?
This one has hair, a slightly less fucked up face, and hopefully still 2 horns.
We might have seen him. I won't lie. Caused a bit of mischief a few nights ago. Run a few of us through. Started talking some bollocks about a bounty. Said he was looking for Big Axe. And he wanted to come kill him. So go on then, first payment.
Assuming I don't have, like, spare pouches to throw coins at them.
I think you've probably had a couple of payments worth. You've not necessarily stipulated you've dashed those extra pouches. You could reasonably have a spare pouch to put a bit of coinage in.
Yeah, I suppose we'd have got pouches from guild jobs.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna dash him a pouch with 30 gold.
Give me a strength check if you're going to yeet it from 50 feet away.
Oh, natural 20, brother.
Yeah. Takes his head off. Here it comes.
Splits open and kills them all.
Cluster grenade, motherfuckers. Yeah, you yeet it a good distance and it lands not far. He walks out, picks it up, looks inside. Well. Got a couple of pennies for words. Straps it up, puts it in his pouch on his hip. Just stands there and looks at you.
So do you have him, or is he on the run?
We might do. I've not got him. I don't know if he made it to Big Axe. You're welcome to come and have a look.
Hmm.
Are you one of these bounty hunters as well?
In a sense, but I'm not here for Big X.
At least he's honest. All right then. Tell you what, you chuck us another one of them bags. And I'll tell you a bit more.
Yeah, fuck it. Chuck another bag 30.
Picks it up. Passes this one to one of his pals. Share that out. Turns out Harry over here stabbed him last night. Show him Harry. Harry steps forward and he's got an arm off that's bandaged up. Did him a right number. Well, Harry doesn't hold grudges, do you, Harry? And he looks and he's like, don't suppose I do. All I can say is he legged it. I can't say he got to Big Axe, but he definitely got stabbed, didn't he, Harry? Yes. So if he is still in the forest, he's probably bleeding. I doubt Big Axe's dogs will let him get close. So take that as you will.
How much would it cost me for a safe passage?
Ooh, safe passage, boys. How much you got left in that pouch?
Give a number.
Ooh. What's that? 2 bags of... You see he scratches his head for a minute then. How much is in the fucking bags? I can't fucking count. Well, they look like healthy bags. What do you reckon, lads? When you say safe passage, what do you mean? For none of us to fight you?
Yep, that's exactly what I mean. Let me find my brother and leave.
You see another guy comes running from slightly deeper in the forest, a bit further east. And he comes running up, and he looks to be carrying some kind of long implement. You can make a perception check if you want to try and see a bit more. And he runs up to this fella talking.
11.
11. It has a glint at one end. You'd have
I wonder
to.
if it's a spear.
It's not a weapon.
It's a shiny stick.
It has a glint like it has glass on the end. I'll give you that. And he whispers something to this fella. Are they with you in the distance?
They are.
Looks like a healthy cart. Couple of horses. Few bodies with pockets like yours.
This is not their business. That's why I've come alone.
Well, you want safe passage and you said, give me a number. I reckon 6 of them. It's got to be at least enough for them pouches to pay what you have. So if you can get me 5 more pouches with what you've given, you won't have any trouble from us.
Uh, 5 more pouches of 30.
Well, you give him 60.
In 2 separate pouches. I'm just going to turn and slowly run back to the others.
We'll wait. And you can see then a couple more as you look over your shoulder. A couple more. So there must be about 8, 9 of them now on the tree line. All with bows out. And you make your way back to the squad.
Your relay said offer.
A lot of money.
It's 300 gold. I'll front it. I'm not going to ask you guys to pay. It's my brother.
I'm more worried about how everybody else is going to start asking after you pay him.
Well, I'll take the 300 and leave you guys with everything else that I have.
If you think that's a good idea.
I'm not really sure what the best idea is. That's why I came back.
What does my little one eye see, and how many of them are there?
You can give me a perception disadvantage.
14.
Yeah, you can see it's a little bit distant and you've got one eye. You can see about 8 or 9, give or take, on the tree line. Waiting.
I trust in your judgment, Horak.
Conundrum.
tightening my armor. Make sure my belt's a bit tightened.
Zeron,
Yeah.
Oron, thoughts? And others, but you're not. They're not here to give their thoughts. So,
Food, what do you think?
Oh
Well,
Oh, fuck them. There we go. Thing is, how do we know they're not going to betray us? We could give them the money, go into the forest, and once we're out there, they could come here and loot the carts.
I would go in alone.
Yes, but what's to stop them from coming to us?
What's to stop them from taking you and then turning to us saying, if we want you back, we have to give them more?
Bandits.
Bandits.
Nuts.
It's not going very well.
I
Whichever
don't
way
suppose
it
there's
goes.
any sign of Shrub returning.
no sign. Shrub fucked off. East, northeast.
Well, there's not been any fucking. So, take that as a good sign.
He's obviously moving stealthy so as to not be a bush across a field, like, so it's probably going to take a bit of time. It's at this point that Evelyn says, boys, and you all turn around to see a figure approaching on a pony.
On a pony.
Takes a lot to bite your lip and not laugh, but one of the bandits is approaching on a pony.
Oh no, I'm gonna roll to see if I laugh or not, sorry. I do not laugh.
My little pony, my little pony. Yeah, it's bright pink and it's got a heart tattoo on its butt cheek. No, so
I laugh.
he kind of trots up and he gets about 40 feet away.
Did
Yeah,
you win that one from the fair?
as a sign of good faith, I've come out for a chat.
Just the same geese.
It's the same geezer, yeah. Same geezer.
Mandatory.
So,
On a
look. And he kind of looks over his shoulder and gives a thumbs up. I speak the loud one. I fucking hate that lot. But one thing I will say is, whilst they're a bunch of horrible bastards, there is honour among thieves.
Insight.
Okay, insight.
Inside. Never mind.
14.
It's rolling bad.
14. I mean, he's just talking. He doesn't seem to be trying to hide anything. He
Okay.
says, I'll be honest with you. I don't know if you're all going to come, I probably wouldn't recommend it because, you know, a cart is a bit tempting. But if you were going to come on your own or one or two of you, I can make sure you get in and have a look. But I wouldn't go anywhere near Big Axe. I've not heard that anyone looking like you, brother or not, has been captured. But they definitely killed about 20 of our boys last night. Cut Harry's arm off.
What a fucking unit.
So
I say out of character.
there is there's a bit of disdain in the forest. So whilst I could say if you did pay, you could get in and get out, but don't go anywhere near the, I suppose, far northeast-ish. He's got lookouts. He's got horns. And there's a lot of bastards in that forest. So you can look, but I wouldn't linger.
Would it make more sense somebody who doesn't look like the man who just cut up a bunch of your friends go in and have a look?
I mean, if you want to risk it, but
I'll go in instead.
Just going to eyeball, what sort of gear are these bandits wearing?
they've all got like chainmail at this point, swords. A couple of them have got shields. A couple of them have got bows and arrows. Comparative to the like leathers and cloth masked banditry that you would have thought early days, these guys have obviously leveled up a bit in the weeks since your first encounter. So they've either had great success or big axes spent out for the boys. But there's enough of them, and they're all armoured and tooled to be able to hold their own, at least, you know. Saying that, apparently, Dramis fucking rinsed 20 of them last night, or the other night.
Actually, instead of me, maybe Zeron.
He does look very shifty.
You've got quite the eyeballs. You are a shifty little shit, yeah.
Take it as a compliment.
Oh, it's a compliment, eh?
Listen, whoever you are, whatever your name is, what are the chances I could pass off as one of your own?
We've not got a lot of wee folk in our ranks, I'll be honest.
Do you have any
None or
beautiful
not a lot?
elves?
Well, I mean, not a lot. There's maybe a couple.
Well, what say you found me, and instead of cutting my throat, I agreed to pay. Not pay, but pay in work.
Well, that's maybe an offer that...
way.
You see, if you start coming in with deceptions, you don't want to paint a target on yourself. Because if you do go in and lie about it and leave, then you'll be on watch then.
It's highly unlikely I'm going to be there for very long. I'm going in, I'm looking for this red fucker, and then I'm leaving. If he's in there, brilliant. I'll come and tell the guys and we'll do something about it. If he's not in there, even better. I can fuck off and we can all fuck off. Go about our lives as we were.
Maybe something else to think about if this is this fella's brother. If you do find him, what's to say he's got to listen to a wee man and not someone that looks like him?
I'm gonna hand Zeron the dagger made out of my horn.
Well, that might look like he's cut your own off. That's probably not going to go well.
The ring.
It's 3 feet tall. How could he do that?
I think what else I could fucking give him.
Horak, what about the ring?
Or
I would assume no one's got a similar ring to that. Your brother would know you'd have this as well.
You know what? I leave this into Horak. If you think you can get in and out of there yourself without other people kicking off, it's on you.
I mean, if I'm not remembering anything, I'm not even sure if he even is my brother. There's a good chance he might not remember too.
I can go with you and help track him down.
I mean, he did say maybe 2 of you could go in.
We only need to find out where he is. He might not even be in here.
You know what? I'll stay. And I can Horak on somebody else. Somebody who can actually help, rather than me just be a snippy little shit. Can't wink. I've got one eye.
Blinks, Haldir.
Zeron, you're good at these kind of things. Torres, you are a finder, I'll give you that.
I hardly know her.
I see we got paper scissors for it.
It's your prerogative, Horak. Do you want a tracker or do you want a sneaky fucker?
I'm just gonna pick you up and put you on my horse without saying anything.
I can
see you in a
eat
while,
you
then.
if things go bad.
He is worth a lot if you end up ransoming him.
know, say it in front of the bandit.
Is he now?
They don't know he's a Fairbank, I think.
Well, I do now.
No, you fucking don't.
He knows too much.
Get
Oh my god, bandit, stop metagaming.
You said it. I'm just picking up. I'm taking what you say as gospel.
Old
I
bandit.
assume the same offer stands.
Yeah. I mean, I came up for an honest talk, but you're still going to have to pay, so.
I will gather some empty pouches off the other lot because I probably don't have like fucking 20 empty pouches on myself. And
You can probably just put it in one, mate.
yeah,
We've got a very large
gonna-
one we handed in the wolf bounty, didn't we?
I'm gonna give him a pouch of 300 and then a separate pouch of 20 for him for being a top geese.
Oh, tips. I like them.
As
Puts
a
that in his
sign of
pouch.
good faith.
And then just holds the larger pouch back as he starts to. Ah! But it's a pony, so it doesn't really sprint off. It's like, I get cunt. But he canters back and he's holding up the pouch, and you see a couple of glints, which you'd imagine would be like telescopes. People are looking. Or viewing lenses. But he rides back.
We follow now. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, we follow.
Okay. Ormadius easily catches up. Starts walking behind the cantering pony. Yeah. He's paid, boys.
I am going to hide in plain sight behind Horak because he's one size larger than me, and I can.
Okay. Give me a stealth roll. As you tuck yourself under Horak's wolf cloak.
That's a 13 plus
Stuff.
11. It's 24.
Cool. He says, right, boys. Free passage, as we promised. Big Axe will be happy with this deal. Didn't even have to hurt anyone. Says Mitch is going to follow you, though. Just to pass a word on to anyone else that you pass. Don't linger. And he nods. Go on in, Mitch. Oh, fucking hell. And this fella forms up 5 feet away. He's just going to follow you around.
You said northeast is where Big X is, right?
Yeah, east, northeast. Try to stay away from that kind of area if you can.
I'm just gonna sort of circle everywhere that's not there then.
Okay. Start doing the old shopping aisle up and down in throughout the
Yes,
forest.
mate.
Where are ya?
I'm in Derry.
Okay, give me a I'll say between the two of you. You can either roll one each or one of you roll with advantage. We'll have a survival check to try and track. We'll have an investigation check and we'll have a nature check.
Can we have one that's not intelligence, please?
Nope.
Actually, wisdom, survival's wisdom.
So you can either do them all each or one of you with advantage.
We'll just
Oh.
roll each, shall we?
Yeah, just roll each. Fuck it. Just say nature, survival, investigation.
Yep.
Right. Nature, 12.
I got dirty 20 on nature.
Okay.
Survival.
Nat 20 on nature,
Okay.
on survival. And then investigation,
Investigation. Oh, nat 20.
21.
No,
Okay.
24, 21.
So it takes you like a couple of hours. You take advantage of this free passage. There's quite a few times where people slink out of high up in the trees, behind trees, in bushes, in footholds and mounds in the grass, behind roots of trees. And Mitch just waves them all off. It's all right, they've paid. We're giving them passage just this once. Big X will be happy, and he just talks them all down. They all give you the old stink eye on the way through. You can tell that they're all looking at you like, because obviously they think it's only Horak, and they're all kind of looking with an air of, oh, I reckon I could fucking take him. There's that constant unease of, whilst you've been given free passage, you are ultimately and unknowingly probably fucking surrounded by bandits.
I'm still at their mercy.
Yeah, it's one of them. Yeah, you've got that freedom with tremendous uncomfortability. But nonetheless, you look for a number of hours, and then you start to get that sense of familiarity towards the southeast section.
Do I see any bloody handprints on trees?
You do start to see bloody handprints on trees. And then you kind of blink and flick your mind back, and
That's so Raven.
That path looks a bit familiar. So you start to head that direction. Oh yeah, these trees. You feel like you've ran past these trees. You start to head east. And as the hour starts to get on a bit, late afternoon, there's probably not much more time of daylight left. Mitch kind of starts yawning a bit. He's like, fucking hell, it's been hours. He's been drinking through his water skin, having the odd ration, just following you about. He says, oh, fuck it. I can't be bothered. There's no one down this part. Just don't go any further north. And he starts walking north and leaves you. And as you continue on, another 15, 20 minutes of looking, you see a misshapen, not quite natural looking mound of bush, grass, leaves and dirt.
Fucking shrub.
It's not a shrub.
Grass. I dismount. Try not to fucking kick Zeron off while I do it.
Yeah. Zeron just gets pulled under the weight of your wolf cloak. You just get off your horse to reveal Zeron sat there, hiding.
I'm just gonna brush the leaves away.
There is a horn. And then some black hair. And a small red pointed ear. And then some tremendously blood-soaked clothing. And an entirely unconscious tiefling.
But alive?
Give me a medicine check.
$16.
Barely.
Can I work to stabilize him with the limited supplies I have?
Yeah, you can certainly try. The
Jump
redness
off and help
the redness of his skin is significantly paler. He is quite clearly, given the soakage of his, mostly around the back, but also now the front, the pool on the floor, and the soaking into the trousers. He's been proper run through, and you have a look. You kind of water skin over the area. and you can see that he has been stabbed straight through the stomach from the back and out the front.
Sort of like flanked, or has it gone through organs, or can I not tell that much?
You ain't no surgeon, boy.
Gotcha.
It's just a wound that goes in the back and comes out the front.
I'm just gonna rip off some bits of me common clothing and wad up the fook out of the wound either side and wrap it around.
Okay. I'll say give me another medicine check with advantage because Zeron's there.
Both 19s.
Okay. While you are in process, you hear rustling nearby. Zeron, with your passive, you look over and you
Grub.
see a bush approaching rapidly.
Yes, mate.
Grub. Quick. But quiet.
Red one. Looks down.
I found him.
You beat me to it, you can't. You found him. And he starts shaking Dramus by the leg.
I'm gonna sort of gently push him off. What have I got? Whistle then. Push.
Push him off, see? He backs up a bit.
No, he's badly wounded.
Just starts tilting his head. Sits down. Just waits. Red one, they're everywhere.
It's okay. We have safe passage for now. You just stay hidden, stay out of sight, but stay close.
Just waddles over to a nearby tree and turtles into his bush.
It's a Fortnite bush.
Yeah, basically.
Any change in the medical status of Dramus?
Very slow, laboured breathing. It's just an unconscious dude that's lost a lot of blood. You've packed the wound.
We need to get him back to Oron or Halday. I'm sure either one of those could help him.
Help me get him on the horse.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I'll be doing most of the work, but you can like lift his foot as well.
I'll grab his left leg.
I'll grab his shoelace.
And then we're just gonna. He's just gonna be. You know when like Aragorn's riding towards Helm's Deep and he's just sort of on his horse. Yeah, he's just gonna be like that, and I'm just gonna walk south, get out of the woods as fast as we can.
Yeah. As you start getting on the horse, Shrub waddles up and just looks up at you.
Leave quietly.
Shrub, I need you to get word to the others. Tell them to head east, follow the edge of the forest.
Shrub fucks off. Where are you going?
I'm just gonna head direct south and get out of the woods and then head west.
Okay. Yeah, so for the sake of too much tomfoolery, Shrub fucks off southwest. You head south along, not quite the coast, but you head southish and then start heading west when you're at a fair distance. It'll be firmly nighttime by the time you've had your bit of journey. The sun goes down as you leave the forest. Shrub approaches you guys. We go east. They found him. Can I come on the cart, please?
Do you think you deserved it?
Evelyn says, "Don't be horrible." Picks him up.
I pick him up and put him off the car.
Jack punches you.
Listen, we need positive reinforcement, okay?
Poor fucker's gone running over. He's clearly knackered. Jack puts him back on the cart. Sit with me.
I take him off the cart.
Jack slaps you again.
No, he's on the cart.
Yeah. So
Warrior of blows.
yeah. Yeah, you all head easternly. The guys head south and then westernly. And you all meet up kind of at distance, but the King City is in view. You're kind of stuck between a rock and a cock place at the time. Got Big Axe Forest and then King City. And it's now nighttime.
I mean, as far as the people on the cart are concerned, apart from a really random bush that's sitting there, the King City ain't too bad for us.
Evelyn says,
Alright.
I'm not going back in there.
We can camp outside. Well, I'm not with you guys yet. Shut up.
I mean, at this point, well, yeah, is this a conversation you're having on the way, Haldir?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we need to get too close to catch up with them and then divert off, it's not too bad for us because we don't have a Horak with us right now, so they're not going to be like evil. But if we need to sort of skirt, meet, and then go, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying we're going in.
You don't have to get too close to King City, says Jack. It's just in vision.
Well, then why don't you drive?
So, about a good couple of hours of heading east, and amongst the darkness between you all and with Evelyn's eagle eyes, you all meet up. But it is, of course, now in the depths of night, and you are ultimately out in the middle of cock-arse nowhere. And again, as I've said before, whilst on the map it just looks like grass, there is hills, there's changings of levels of the land, there's the odd copse of trees, there's the occasional farm, less so in this stretch, because, having a farm between King City and Bandit Forest, there's no fucking point. But so there's not a lot going on in this area. It's mostly throughways, dirt roads, and passage. But you all meet up probably around midnight.
I say we look for a little bit of high ground.
Yeah, you look out and you'd have to go back east, more towards the coast. Not far, maybe about an hour back the way you came. It'd probably be higher ground. Jack says, where are we going after this? Because there's no point going east if we're just going to go west again. We can't go south because that's King City. We can't go north because that's Big Axe Village. So that leaves west. So why don't we just get as far as we can during the night?
We all met
Sounds
up
like a
yet?
plan. Yeah.
Why don't we just go back to the swamp?
I feel like the swamp's a little bit too magic. I trust
This
that
is where
less
we
than
need
I
to
trust
take
going
Jonas.
into the Kings. I know, but I don't want to right now.
As you all meet up, you can see astride Horak's horse is Zeron and a not quite red tiefling.
Which one's more handsome?
Definitely not me. I'm missing half my face.
In their youth, I'd probably say Horak. But now, Dramus takes it.
Well, I guess we can go back to the swamp for him. Blink.
Blink.
Going to request medical aid for my brother.
I was going to say I was going to go over and give him a once over and see just how bad it is.
And someone could help me lay him on the cart. Definitely not going to be good for his wounds if he's just.
Yeah, let me just stitch this right good there. I'll be right.
Yeah, so you make a bit of space on the cart to lie him down. Oron, yeah, you could give him the once over, give me a medicine check.
Medicine, 8 plus 7. I've been rolling shit today. 15.
At 15, you can see a man with a wound in his back and his front that have been packed with bits of ripped clothing.
At this point, I'm just wearing chainmail on bearskin.
No, you will have had a spare set of clothes.
I believe I've already used those.
Yeah, but we always buy them when we go to the village. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just
Okay.
agree with it.
But I want metal on my lips. They're sticking through the links. Ooh.
How big your nips?
Big nips.
Damn. You goddamn pepperoni.
He's got them long ass pepperami, boys.
I got me some glass cutters.
It's cold, yeah. Yeah, he's quite clearly lost a fuckload of blood, as you can imagine, given the wound, but also half of it soaked into his clothes. He's not wearing any armor, and he doesn't have any weaponry. The only thing he has is the clothing, his blood-soaked clothing, and the ring on his thumb.
Okay, I will take out my healer's kit, give them a patch over, see what I can do about the wounds, sort of stitch them up, pad them.
Okay. I will say, given this, you are going to need a medicine check. This isn't the usual medicine check for potential bonus healing. This is going to be a medicine check just to be able to use a charge.
Yep.
May I assist?
Yeah, you can roll it with advantage.
Is a 12 plus 7, 19.
19. Dependent on how you want to work it out between you, I'm going to say it's going to use 4 charges. So you can split it or just whatever. But,
I'll use it all. I'll burn it.
and then he will regain. It's double your level, isn't it? So he regains 20 hit points, but he is currently still unconscious. But you get the vibe through your medicine checks and your working that now, before he was unconscious because he was practically fucking dead, you seem to have done enough to at least stabilize him, and he's now probably just unconscious because he needs to fucking recoup.
I'll take out my blanket and wrap him in it.
I will read him a good night story.
Read him a chapter of Prejudice and Pride.
Maybe Boone can read it to him.
That's a good point. We have been training him for this
Boone
moment.
pulls out his spectacles.
Okay, Boone, it's your chance to decide. Come on, boy, you can do it.
Chapter 3.
Leads it real close. Just goes, been trying to reach you about your little warrant.
You want to be your own boss.
So, are we heading Swampwood?
Yeah.
But do we want to wait until Dramus wakes up and then find out what his side of the story is?
Yeah, let's camp on the edge of the swamp.
Well, whilst you're deciding, you are, of course, currently stuck between a rock and a cock place. You've got like you could if you travelled all night, you'd get to that king forest, and then you've got like 2 days to get back to the swamp. So again, that's similar 2.5 days travel. If you go overnight and then 2 days, you can get to the swamp edge again.
I'd say King's Forest seems campable.
I mean, the worst thing that could happen is we get roughed up and thrown in prison again.
Yeah, we got out of it last time.
Whereas the bandits, like, stripped of all our gear, loot, and everything, killed.
Probably sold to the circus. Might not be too bad of a gig either way. I say we try the forest.
So either way, you're heading southish.
Yep.
Are you going overnight or are you going to stop? Because if
facilities to be able to do overnight, haven't we?
You could ultimately do overnight if, with the elves taking shifts. I won't make you do rolls.
Okay.
You're travelling under the cover of night. Whilst you do see some illumination from King City, you're giving it a wide enough berth that, you're not doing anything nefarious. You're just travelling. So whilst you get the vibe that you're probably being watched from a distance, it doesn't really matter. So you get to King Forest. You could probably get a bit into King Forest, like by morning. And then are you just carrying on?
Is Dramas awake yet?
Nope.
Still out.
So you've been travelling overnight, so it's been a few hours, and then you've got like 2 days to get to. What I will say is, through medical examination, you imagine that by the time you get to the swamp, he will have awoken. At what point, though, you don't know for sure.
I'm not sure it's a good idea to just deliver him to the swamp in a weakened state.
There must have been a reason why you and your brother left.
Exactly.
For all you know, you left fleeing. Bringing him back could be, well, a death sentence. You could camp out, 1 or 2 nights. It wouldn't hurt. At least I don't think it would.
The lady, or hag, bitch, woman, she did mention that if we leave, we've got a couple of weeks before she collects on the deal with my father. So we are pushed for time, unless it's all a bluff and she's not going to do anything.
How long's it been? About a week?
So you've had 2.5 days to get to Big Axe. And then, so by the time you get to the swamp, it will have been just shy of a week.
There's not really many other options. It's not like we could go to Sinclair Village, let Dramas heal up, and then go back from there. Because we've got about 10 days ish.
Oh, push come to shove, me and Aldir can go into King's Landing if we need supplies.
Going away?
King's Landing.
King's Landing.
He said it.
Is it confirmed that Pidge and George R.R. Martin are in bed?
It's coming, George!
Are we playing the new book?
Nah, this will be a lot better.
Still be better than season 8.
Don't even get me fucking started.
So you are currently in King Forest.
The shit.
Where are you going? You've got 2 days to the swamp.
I think we push towards the swamp, but we stay on the southern end of the King Forest.
Okay.
Just camp there. Give Dramus time to recover.
So you have
Get his side of things.
a slow day's travel southward, which would leave another day to get to the forest, the swamp.
I'm going to instruct Shrub whilst we're on our way through the woods to catch food.
Yeah, easy enough. Like, you know, without even a fucking stress, he comes back with the occasional squirrel. Occasionally fucks off, comes back an hour later. He's got like a squirrel, he's got a badger. You know, he can keep you supplied. Little foragey boy.
For those, should I just add to my meat rations for those?
Yeah, add 2 squirrels and a badger over the course of the day. He just keeps fucking off occasionally, coming back.
2 squirrels and a badger. That's going to feed Horak for an hour.
We'll call this Southern Camp. As you can tell by the map, it's a lot cooler, almost colder here. Over the course of the travel, you get the odd little bit of snow and sleet, and on the far south, add 2 Big Macs and a quarter pounder with cheese. Go fucks off to Michaela's. Couple of 100 years early there. But yeah, you've set up a bit of a residential camp to plan for a day. What I'll say is, over the journey back south, and at least a day in the camp, should you so wish, we can get in some more training. Haldir, D4. Well, that'll be 2 D4s and 4 gold.
2 D4 and 2 gold. Picky uppy. 4 and a 1.
So you get another success and 1 failure. 1 more success needed to knock off 4 gold. Boone, 2 D4.
Come on, Boone.
A 1
Hey.
and a 2.
Oh,
He doesn't get the 2 on the D4s, unfortunately. Zeron,
He now understands
2
what
D4s.
means.
first D4. There's a 2. Second D4. 4.
No bites. 4 gold. Oron, a D6.
A4.
And another D6.
A 5.
No bites. 4
Kyle.
gold. Okay. Little bits of progress here and there. As you are camped up, a slightly cold and shivery time is had by all. But Dramus, on the morning of the second day, stirs awake. You see, he instinctually panics and tries to sit up, and then immediately just almost collapses with pain and lies back down. Oh! He frantically looks around and starts to pat for his weaponry and realizes he's not got anything. He grips his hand to feel he's still got the ring, and then looks around, kind of tries to settle low in his bedroll, I suppose, if you've provided one, or wherever he's sleeping.
I think we'd have just left, wrapped him up, kept him all cozy in the back of the cart and put the cover up.
Yeah.
He's got a blanket.
Yeah.
I will say in the morning, probably Zeron will be the only one that's heard him because of your high passive. You will have heard a bit of stirring in the back of the cart.
I'm
Too busy cooking squirrel for me and Shrub.
Get up and punt Horak.
Yowie!
Or just punt his bedroll.
Being the squirrel, Shrub chases after it.
It's all yours, Shrub. What do you want?
Think someone's awake.
I rush to my... No, I wouldn't have been sat down. I don't do that. I turn around really quickly.
Yeah, you look to the cart. No sound, no movement.
Just gonna walk over. And is the cover, has it got curtainy flappy boys at the back? Back of the cartouche. I'm going to stick my head in the cartouche.
Toggle ties. Yeah, you stick your head through the back. Let's think. What random small things would be in the tent within reason in the back of the cart?
There's the wine barrels.
Something small that could be
Small.
eaten in the moment.
Pebbles.
They're on.
A lantern.
Zeron. A lantern. Yeah, fuck it. There'll be a lantern in the back. I'll say you don't get a chance to dodge it, Horak, as you pop your head in the tent or see. Oh no, with a 17. No, a lantern is yeeteth, and it just collides with the tentossy next to your head. Okay, now. He kind of squints and blinks his eyes and looks over to you. Looks down at his hands and looks at you again. Where am I?
I'm just going to pull the curtain back so it doesn't look like I'm being birthed.
Like fucking Ace Ventura in the back of the rhino.
We're not too far from the swamp, Jonas.
How do you know my name?
I'm going to show him the ring on my thumb.
He looks down at it and then looks confused. And then you see he kind of blinks and closes his eyes, and it looks like he's, kind of maybe getting a vision. He
ain't got his glasses.
Ah, fucking hell. All right, mate.
Oh, we're scoring, kid!
He kind of opens his eyes again and blinks slowly and tries to painfully push himself back to sit up a little bit. Why do I feel like I know you?
Because you do, you silly goose. Because we're brothers, Jonas.
Were you the other horned one I've been hearing things about?
Nods. I'm going to offer him a bit of food as well.
Goes to reach out. Winces again. Toss it. Catches it deftly. And now you I've not really described it in much detail, but as you guys have travelled with him, whilst Horak is fairly more dench, Dramus is a lot more athletic, should I say.
He's a little lean boy.
You get the vibe that whilst Horak's the Barhammer, Dramus is probably
The dagger.
the dagger. Or the slim. Or the deft. But yeah, he just catches it, looks at it with a face to say, this isn't a fucking deer heart or something. It's like a bit of trail mix. Delicious. Thank you.
Fucking picky cunt, get out the cart and die now.
I mean, coming from Horak, you can sympathise. Everyone would prefer a whole ass fucking pig for breakfast. Do you have water?
I hand him my agua skin.
He chugs the whole fucker. Where are we?
Map. It's the forest next to the king city. Just called the
Yeah,
King's
so
Forest.
I mean, if you have a flick to the stream, you've basically got you got snowy part of that forest. You guys are at the southern end of in the green bit of the forest. So you've got tree protection. It's colder, obviously, because you're on the cusp of the border, but you're still in the tree cover rather than heading out.
We're a couple days ride from the swamp, the southern end of the King's Forest.
This far south. Have you been accosted by anybody looking for me?
Robots in trench coats. The lady in the swamp. She's after us both. And she said something about a deal with her father. That's about all I know.
He kind of looks confused and shakes his head. What are the hunters?
Hunters?
You seen any of them?
Oh, wait. I'm gonna pull out the drawing of the helmet with a T on it and show him that, because I still have that.
I don't recognise that one.
Okay.
Have you seen anyone like this? He holds up his hand, and scarred into his palm is a skull.
Ooh. Yes. Far north.
How long?
Weeks at this point?
Yeah, a few weeks.
A few weeks back. But I've since departed this plane.
Good.
Why do you share their mark?
Well, I was one of them. But I suppose you can't leave anywhere with unfinished business without people coming to collect. So what is your plan? You say you were to return to the swamp?
Well, it's the only option we can come up with so far.
Well,
Run far away from a hag and magic.
he says, is there others here?
Sorry.
Pulls the other curtain back.
Like,
Aldea's
standing
just
there
stood
right
there.
next to it.
Hi!
I jump and instinctively elbow Haldane in the chin. Like, what? No, this chin wouldn't be that high.
Oh, last I remember, I was caught in a forest. I tried to collect on a bounty, and it was a mistake. It was a hard-fought battle, but they clearly got me. At this point, Shrub runs up and just hops into the back of the cart from underneath you. And slowly creeps over, looks over his shoulder at you. What is this thing? Why do I feel like I recognise you as well? He rubs his head. Just strokes up his horn. Red one. I am.
Yes.
I found him.
Looks but he's talking to Dramus this time.
Oh.
He looks over his shoulder and looks back. I am Shrub. Well, hello, Shrub. This is an interesting collection of people you have. What was your name? I'm sorry.
You're talking to me now?
Yeah.
Horak.
Now that does sound familiar.
I'm going to James Bond it and go, Horak the Hammer.
This is all
I do that
terribly...
bit from like GoldenEye where I turn and shoot, but I just throw my hammer.
Wow. Well, do you have any doctors with you, or... this wound seems well dressed.
I'm not sure if I quite call them doctors, but they get the job done.
Could probably do with a salve or something, or fresh bandages. He slowly starts to scoot forward.
Nurse!
Fuck.
Yes, dear.
Sort this geezer out.
Slides to the end of the cart and puts his hand on your shoulder and lowers himself down. And he stands and kind of stretches and flexes a little. This combat thing is wearing thin. Yes,
I didn't
and
pick up any of that.
he says, this combat thing is wearing thin. Maybe I'm not as up for it as I first thought.
I don't know. You fought what's basically an army alone, and you took at least 20, so.
I did. Well, I didn't get who I was after, so maybe it wasn't as worth it as I thought. There I am, run through with nothing to speak of. But at least I'm not anywhere near. He clenches his skull palm. At least I'm not near them anymore for now. Is you the doctor? Looks at Oron.
Yes. Would you like me to have a look now, or?
Yes, if you don't mind. Starts to unravel his bandages.
I will take a look, see.
Yep, give me a medicine check.
That is a 16.
Yeah, so whilst the majority of the wound is dealt with, reflecting on the... Where's my document? I closed it during the break. Similar to that of the lingering injury. Oh, shit. Oh, God, where's my thing? For the piercing and slashing, he does have the pierced stomach. So, yeah, as usual, when you complete a long rest, you must succeed on a con save, DC 10, or gain the poison condition. If you spend 5 days doing nothing but resting, it heals on its own. So he's essentially got that. So whilst you can aid him in keeping it clean and aiding him with a bit of HP, should you so wish to expend charges, ultimately it will take...
It's just something he could deal with on his own.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can do to help with.
Yeah. So you've had, overnight and then a day, so he's probably got like 3 days left, reasonably, before it's healed up properly. But if you want to... you got a 16, yeah, so he can have another 20 hit points. Expend another 1 charge, please.
Yep.
Rewrapped. He kind of looks at his blood-soaked clothing. I don't suppose you have anything less bloody that I could wear? Anyone?
How big is he?
Average. He's not as tall as Horak, and he's not as dench.
Similar size to me?
similar enough. Might not be a
Okay, my
perfect fit, but, you know, it's better than bloody ripped stuff.
Yeah, I'll hand my clothes over to him and say, give that a try, see if it fits.
Thank you, friend. He pats you on the shoulder. He heads like round the back of the cart and derobes, just dashes his bloody clothes to one side, puts your clothing on. I don't suppose when you found me, I notice I'm not wearing any armor or my sword.
There was
Safe to
nothing.
say big axe had that.
Maybe they found me and thought I was dead. Just took all my things. You see, kind of absent-mindedly grips his thumb with the ring on. Not everything, I suppose.
What kind of armaments did you wield?
Plated leather. I had a rapier. I mean, I can't see myself fighting anytime soon, so those things can be replaced, I suppose. Anyway.
Too hard working for the guild. Earn some more money and repurchase.
You see a smirk kind of creeps across his face. The guild. He kind of looks at Horak with a bit of almost a bit of a cocky look. So
works for the guild.
You're adventurers. You see, kind of turns away with a smirk. Okay. Well.
Frack.
Hello, shrub. It's a good wage, I've heard. Well, are we in a rush for the swamp?
We've got a few days. We were given a deadline, but whether or not she was bluffing.
I can't imagine she would have been. Well, if you wouldn't mind. He holds his hand out as he approaches the back of the cart. Would help me back. He shuffles his way back.
As he sits onto the back, I'm just going to ask him what he knows of the lady in the swamp, or if his memory is as shot as mine.
Kind of gives you a look over and rubs his face to mimic your scarring. Looks like you've been keeping yourself busy. You've taken a few blows to the head, it looks like.
I point to the dagger sheathed on my waistband and just like, yep.
So you think back as well, and most of these blows will have come obviously after prison, and you obviously spent X amount of time with your
Hungry dogs,
traveling comrades. So I mean,
the nomadic tribe.
How long it's been, you couldn't necessarily say for sure, but you've clearly had some kind of amnesia for some kind of reason. Drama says, well, we left the swamp almost a decade ago. And once we'd got north of the border, we went our separate ways, and I headed north. And you fell in with a crowd, and that was the last I've seen of you. But then things have been happening lately that have given me strange feelings of familiarity or pains, and or as far as how much I know, we left to try and find out more about. He kind of looks out to see if anyone's listening. Is there who's still near the cart?
Me.
Everyone's basically still there, yeah. To find out more about our father. But it doesn't look like you found anything, and I fell in with a crowd myself during my investigations. I've been murdering people for money since.
Disappointed sigh.
As far as the lady goes, I suppose she's probably running shy of the gas.
What is this gas to her?
It's her sustenance, her essence. She says it comes from the land and it sustains her presence here. She mentioned something that happened centuries ago. A wave of energy, air, power from the south crossed over the land and changed the world as we know it. And since then, I suppose she's been surviving. I think we came maybe 200-300 years ago. And we were brought here to sustain her or to help on some kind of bargain she'd made with our apparent father. To what end, I don't know.
Would you be willing to return to the swamp? We might find answers about our father.
If you go as well, then we could both try to find something more out. Resupply the lady with some more of this gas. Keep her at bay.
He knows about the gas. He knows too much.
I'm just gonna nod, like pat him on the leg and rest, brother.
He just lies back down. Shrub kind of peers over. Just about a few inches from his face. Yes. Shrub. Rest, red one. And then Potter scampers back out the back.
They don't fucking pat at it here.
Yes, I
Go in his tent.
I will. And you can see
He's cute, bless him.
Shrub's got a big grin on his face. He's clearly buzzing to have both the red ones there. Like, he comes and hops out the back and just stands and looks up at you.
Just gotta smile at him and go sit by the fire.
He follows you.
Gonna go back to having some yams after my squirrel got punted across the camp.
Horak! Just runs up, fucking penalty kicks it. Douche! Yeah, you go back to cooking Squirrel alligator. Yeah, so what's the plan? Gangaroni. We will probably call it a night there. Have a think about what's next on the agenda. If we are probably just going to wait a few days, we can get a bit more training in, just to get Dramus rested up. And then if we can maybe just crack back onto the swamp next session when everyone's back. Do it that way.
That's
I'm alright with that.
idea.
Yeah,
Yeah.
rest up and look until Dramus gets.
Okay.
Let Dramus's tum-tum injury go away.
So in that case, we will get 3 more long training sessions in. Can we get some things completed? Haldir,
Hello.
3d4. Well, do one at a time because you only need 1.
1d4 3 times.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do it.
Ooh.
Nope.
3,
Nope.
1.
Hey, he's done it. So, remind me after to update your shizzle. In fact, was the
I would like
proficiency...
for Boone to have at least a primary school reading and listening skill and certificate. And I would like to have a gold star placed against his name, please.
And give him his first handwriting pen.
Oh, he's not that far. You
Hey.
can have a mechanical pencil, but let's not push it.
So I have updated your sheet. Haldir Egon is now proficient in animal handling.
Yeah.
Knock off 2 gold. Oh no, you needed all 3 trains, didn't you? You got it on your last one, so knock off 6 gold. Boone, 1d4 3 times.
Go on, lad.
2,
No
No.
bits.
2,
No bits.
4.
No bits.
This is why you don't get a handwriting pen, Boone.
Zeron,
He's trying. He's done so well.
1d4 3 times.
3,
No bits.
2,
No bits.
3.
Unlucky. 6 gold. Zeron, a d6.
Try again.
Sorry, not Zeron, Auron.
Well, okay. We have a 3.
Another d6.
We have a 5.
And 1 more.
We have a 2.
It still works on the d6. You've passed your d6. So knock off 6 gold. You are down to your d4s, sir. Good stuff, good stuff. Couple of bits of progress made once more. I will say, dependent on how much you want to heal him as well, he will have his 3 days worth of get better. Do you want to expend any more charges on him?
I'm only down to 2 charges now. I was going to ask, how far away is King's City?
King City is approximately from here.
Like a day or 2 walk?
It's going to be 1... Yeah, you could get there in 2 days.
I'll lend him my horse to get there quicker.
You could...
If I'm going through the forest, I am proficient in that.
Yeah. So I'll say if you take the horse, you can get there in a day.
Armadius.
So you can maybe go
Armadius.
popping into King's Land.
That
King's
thunders through
Landing.
the clouds anytime he's mentioned as well.
Armadius. So you want to go to King City?
Yeah, we'll do it some other time, but I'm thinking maybe.
I mean,
going
if we can wrap up like little bits now. I know we're a little bit over time, but just for the sake of, if you just want to go to King City to acquire
resupply and pick
To
up some
resupply.
bits and pieces. Like I
Yeah.
need some med packs. Does anyone else want anything? Go down the shops,
yeah,
guys.
gotta nip the shops.
Meal
Grab
deal?
some sour
Yeah.
cream and onion Pringles and the Monster Energy, but the purple one. Some sugar.
So you want... Are you just going to refill your healer's kit up to 10 charges? Or are you getting extras, or what's the plan?
Yeah, I was thinking of refill my med kit and pick up another one just in case.
Okay. So you go to King City. You can resupply yours and acquire another one. It will be 20 gold. Which
That's fine by me.
you know that is expensive, but that is the price they charge you. But a refill and a fresh one. You are attention is paid to you, but you're not like obviously, tracked and followed too much. Do you take Boone with you?
Yeah, go on then.
Okay, so a little bit more attention is paid to you with Boone. Because obviously you are known to a degree, but no one approaches you or anything. So knock off 20 gold, add a healer's kit, and refill your current healer's kit.
Thank you very much.
We'll say, do you want to get like some rations and stuff, or are you Gucci for now?
I was going to say, should I pick up some rations to take back? Does anyone else want anything?
Cornetto.
I've been relatively well topped up on rations, thanks to Shrub.
Just Cornetto.
Did he say what weapon he used?
Rapier.
He used a rapier, and he had basically, he called it plated leather, but it was basically just fancy studded leather. Studded leather mechanically, but
a basic set for him.
Yeah. Okay. Studded leather in King City will be 50 gold.
King City, bitch. King City, bitch.
Yep.
What is the prices?
And a rapier in King City will be 30 gold.
Any just as bad as Fairbank?
Those prices are slightly above average.
Not quite Fairbank prices.
You can tell a little bit of profits being made there in fairness, but it's not like take the piss prices, but
I beg to differ. These kings saw you coming from a mile off.
So you've got your healers kits. If you want to knock off, like, I don't know, rations aren't that expensive. How much are rations?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they're really fucking cheap, aren't they? 1 day's worth of rations is 5 silver. So you can get 2 days worth per gold. How much do you want?
I'll take.
So how much is a week?
Heavy though as well.
That'd be 3.5 gold for a week.
Don't worry about weight. Armadius can carry 540 pounds. I mean, he can probably carry 540 quid as well.
So it'd be 3.5 gold for 1 week's worth of rations.
I'll put 15 gold down. Don't know how much that would be.
So just call it 3 for a bulk. We'll call that 5 weeks worth. They give you a bit of a bulk buy deal.
5 weeks worth of rations.
Yeah, 3.5 gold is 1 week.
You really think the campaign's going to last that long, mate?
I mean, there is 6 people.
I'm splitting between you lot.
Yeah, there's 6 people.
I was going to say.
That's technically 1 week for 5 of you, and someone will go hungry. But to be fair, Horak has got Shrub the Forager, so yeah, knock off 15 gold, have 5 weeks worth of rations. That's Gucci. And we will, you make your way back. Everything's fine. Drumus is tremendously thankful for the replacement armor and weapon. And you can see straight away he goes to a little bit of practice, and he's got like perfect fencing form. You get the vibe now that he's like getting healed and he's up and about and moving and whatever. It's like, with the fluidity of his movement, it kind of becomes a bit clearer now how he probably made his way through a bunch of bandits, despite being better armored. Doesn't matter how good your gear is. A fucking,
If you get stabbed in the armpit.
fucking skill issue, mate.
Sorry, mate, but your chainmail doesn't protect your throat.
Yeah. So yes, well done, everybody. We will call it there. We have acquired an apparent kobold buddy.
I'm collecting companions.
Yeah. And you have found Horak's brother. Quote unquote. So yes, hopefully we will have a full party next week. And we will head back to the swamp, see what do. Much love. Thank you all for watching. We've got the Discord, if anyone wants to come and join. We've got sponsors. Thank you once again to Roll4. I can't believe it's not Vibo. We've got Heavy Charity. And we've got the YouTube where you can catch up on past episodes. Much love. Thank you for your generosity at the start of the stream. It's much appreciated. And we will see you soon. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Oh, we'll do the circus.
That's it.
The rat in my kitchen. The El Gato Sanchez. And the kobold nummies. Bye-bye, everybody.